A massive welcome here from Swartkops in day 2 of the Passion for Speed Festival's 20th anniversary. We're here at the Swartkops Raceway, just west of Pretoria in Gauteng, South Africa, and a big welcome to everybody around the world joining us here on our Facebook feed and also on YouTube. It's a big honor to be here for the second day, and we're looking forward to action. Right now we saw the DOE Formula Vs coming in from their qualifying session. It was the final qualifying session for the day, but we've got some big action coming from them. We've got Bridgestone BMW Car Club Racing Series. We've got the Lotus Challenge, proudly brought to you by Suzuki Alberton today. We've also got some historic Saloon cars coming to you. And don't forget, we're about to kick things off now with the Charlie Super Spa Historic Pursuit Series. That is all the action we're going to have for you today as part and parcel of the 20th anniversary of the Passion for Speed Festival. Make sure you come and check us out on all your social media and all your smart devices and check what's happening. And by the way, happy Father's Day to all the dads out there. Have a great day. We'll see you soon with all the race action.
Another official welcome here from myself, Greg Maloney, the voice of choice, here at the 20th anniversary of the Passion for Speed Festival. A big welcome to everybody who's joined us all around the world via our social media posts here on the live stream feed, courtesy of Two Wheels TV and Up to 60 Seconds. We're at Swartkops, just outside of Pretoria, to the west of that Pretoria city in Gauteng, South Africa, and we're about to kick things off here for day 2 action of the Passion for Speed Festival. Slightly different version to what we had in the past. Remember, we used to have this as the opening round of any motorsport in the country, and due to COVID, of course, we've had to change that and go for a winter edition. And it's fortunate we had a chance to get out here at the Swartkops Raceway, the arena of motorsport, for more action now for the second day's bit of racing. We're going to kick things off with the Charlie Super Spa Historic Pursuit Series. You can see those cars making their way down the pit lane and into their pit start. Remember, they start just out of the pit exit. And a nice field of cars out here to do battle for Charlie Super Spa. Lauren Van Aal will be setting the pace. She'll be the car leading things off. About a second after her will be Rob Clark in the Citroen GS 1200 Club. Van Aal in a Ford Escort Mark 1. We've got Bert Van Aal out there in a Mazda MX-5. We've got Clive Winterstein in his 356A Porsche. Hendrik van Zyl in a Lotus 501 Elite. Althea Pretorius is in a Nissan Exa. Heinrich Norton is in a Porsche 924. We've got Willem van Niekerk in the Marauder. Michelle Smith in a Nissan Skyline. That's a 2.8 litre GT. Tian van Rooyen is out there in a Porsche 924. Gary Stacey in the Ford Cortina. We saw him in action yesterday. Wynand du Plessis Sr. in his Porsche 944. Andre Hutting in a Mercedes-Benz 190E. And Rian Roux will be the scratch car at the back in the Volkswagen Sirocco. There is the first car making its way onto the circuit. That's Lauren Van Aal. About a second later, right behind her will be Rob Clark. If you've never watched this before, it's something completely different to what you'd see in normal motorsport. Historic Pursuit Series, of course, showing us a handicapped version of racing. So basically what happens here is the cars that lead things out were the slowest cars in qualifying. And what they do is they do a calculation to ensure that as these cars come through the race for their 8-lap race, they basically have that 8 laps to try and catch the slowest car if you are the scratch car at the back. And the calculation is done to the point that everybody, if the calculations are right, should cross the line at the same time. So they basically work it back on time from where you'd start and your predicted time. And then each of the drivers also has to put extra pressure on themselves as well by nominating what their qualifying time would be and what their best lap time would be. And they may not break out of that lap time. If their allotted time is a certain time around the circuit. So let's take, for instance, Rob Clark right there. He's allocated a 94-second breakout, which would be a 1 minute 34 around here, and that would ensure that he basically has to stay within that 1 minute 34.365 breakout time. If he goes faster than that, he's disqualified. And of course, in the cars themselves, they are not allowed to carry any form of timing monitor at all. So it's literally the look and feel of what you think your car can do, and how it will get better and better, or how it will get worse and worse if things happen out on track. The Team Gunston car there, that's the Marauder of Willem van Niekerk. It's a second version of the Marauder. We saw one out yesterday, of course, in the International Sports Prototypes that were out on circuit. So it's great to have another version of it running in Team Gunston colors there, as you can see. Nice to see that there's an opportunity for these guys to run their original race colors. That 501 car, that is Hendrik van Zyl in the Lotus 501. Lotus 501 Elite being closed down by Althea Pretorius and a Nissan Exa. 944 Turbo makes its way out into the circuit. Car number 7, that's Wynand du Plessis Sr. And we've got 2 more cars to get onto the circuit, and then everybody should be on track. There should be a possibility, though, that both Lauren Van Aal and Rob Clark will probably pass the exit point of pit lane before the last 2 cars make their way onto the circuit, being Andre Hutting and Rian Roux. Althea just following right now in pursuit of Hendrik van Zyl. There are the last 2 cars onto the circuit, as that was Althea and of course Hendrik van Zyl, so 5th and 6th place. So you've literally got Lauren Van Aal, Rob Clark, Bert Van Aal and Clive Winterstein that have gone past the pit exit before the last 2 cars and the scratch car at the back were sent on their merry way. First overtake down into turn 8, G&H Transport Corner. Just saw Rob Clark getting through there on Lauren Vanal. Here comes the Porsche of Wynand du Plessis Senior. Remember, he has to catch those two, and then he has to re-catch them and repass them in order to take a win here in the Historic Pursuit Series. As I said, if we have got everything sorted out in terms of the correct adjustments and calculations, every single one of these cars should cross the line at the exact same time. So you'll see for the first 2 or 3 laps, it'll just be sorting things out, shuffling for position, trying to make the overtaking maneuvers where they need to be made. You cannot afford not to make an overtaking maneuver in a handicap version of racing. And then it's a case of the last 2 or 3 laps, things start to get real interesting, because these quicker cars like this one of Rian Roux and the Mercedes-Benz just up the road from him of Andre Hutting will slowly but surely start to make their way into the mid-pack and then to the front towards those lead cars. I saw the Lotus parked on the sideline there. The 501 Elite looks like it had a bit of a problem. It's parked on the outside, unfortunately. So it looks like that Lotus Elite is not going to make it to the end of this one. That is another one of our lady drivers there, Michelle Smith, in her Nissan Skyline, 1982 2.8 GT. And you can see, there you go. There's one version of how it's been caught and passed. So we see Wynand du Plessis Senior there in the 944 Turbo has got through and passed the 2 lead cars of Lauren Vanal and Rob Clark. Starting to close things down now on Clive Winterstein and possibly on Hendrik van Zyl. Van Zyl, as I said, parked on the sideline. We may get a shot of him here now as we follow these cars through. It's Michelle Smith coming through on the 924 Porsche of Tiaan van Rooyen. And just on the left-hand side, there you can see it. There's the Lotus parked on the left-hand side there and out of race number 1. So a bit of a pity there for the Lotus Elite of Hendrik van Zyl. He's had to park it on the sideline, almost a lap and a half in. There's Winterstein. It's a 356A Porsche. Saw him yesterday in his Alva Porsche in the historic single-seaters as well. So he's certainly got a nice little collection of Porsches and historic Porsches. Plenty of them in the Winterstein garage. MX-5, that's Bart van Aal. The nice thing about these cars as well is a lot of them don't even run a full roll cage in them. You have to have a driving suit and gloves and boots and a helmet. But most of these cars are literally road legal as well. So you can see a lot of guys have put roll cages into them, but they don't necessarily have to be. Having an opportunity to drive in this series a couple of seasons ago, I had a chance to drive a couple of the Mercedes-Benz entries there from Colin Keane and the Carcol Mercedes-Benz team. And what you basically do is you can drive your Mercedes-Benz from Melville or Greenside where he lived and drive it all the way to Swartkops, do the 2 races, maybe do one of the endurance races as well, and then still drive back on the same tank of petrol, same set of tires, with the aircon and the radio if you need it as well. So it's pretty cool. Cat Pretorius, that's a nice comment you made there. Hey? Lotus should not be allowed to make station wagons. You know, unfortunately, that car parked on the sideline now. Here we see Hein Norton in the 924. Saw a couple of 924s in full battle last night in the sunset and evening racing we had here as day 1 action from Passion for Speed Festival. And Hein now starting to close things down. Rob Clark leads out, as you can see on the left-hand side there. And it's Lauren Vanal, Bart van Aal, and Clive Winterstein that are still 1, 2, 3, and 4 on the road. Althea Pretorius has got through on Heinrich Norton, so she's moved up 1 position. Willem van Niekerk has moved up as well. And Michelle Smith starting to close down on him. She's got through on Tiaan van Rooyen. Marauder starting to close things down on that 94 as well. Hein Norton could be in a bit of trouble, probably within a half a lap's time, as Willem van Niekerk brings his Team Gunston Marauder closer and closer to that 924. Nice sticker on the back of that car, Born a Rebel. And there he's starting to close things down. The corral of that Marauder, you can see the teeth marks and the teeth livery on the front end of it. Pretty intimidating if you look in your rearview mirror and see that coming towards you. So Rob Clark has completed 5 laps. He's got 3 to go. And it looks like there's going to be a bit of a tough ask here. These cars are really pushing it. Gotta keep an eye on those lap times as well. Clark's doing 135s at the moment. Lauren Vanal doing 135s as well. MX5 is doing 130s. So all within their allocated breakout times. They haven't gone quicker than their breakout times for the top 3. 129 coming out of Clive Winterstein is also good enough for now. Here comes Rian Roux, looking for a chance now to get through on Andre Hutting. Hutting keeping him pretty honest. Roux will probably have a little bit of extra squirt down the straight and into turn 1. Should be able to make that stick. Does so. So the Sirocco, the scratch car, is now making his way rapidly through the field, catching up on the back end of Michelle Smith and Norton. So Norton in the 924 and Michelle Smith, Van Rooyen, I beg your pardon. Van Rooyen in the 94. There's 2 924s out there. First one is Van Rooyen, but Rian Roux going to bring Andre Hutting along for the ride now. And Hutting will do pretty clever to stay with him. Try and stay with that quicker car to help him get through the traffic and not get hindered in any way. Porsche through on both of the Porsche and the Marauder. And he's only got 2 more laps to try and get back at Rob Vanal, and I don't think there's going to be enough time here for them. Marauder now staying with the Porsche, trying to stay with that Porsche's pace. Not a bad option. Lead cars have completed 6 of 8. The top 3, Rob Clark, Lauren Vanal and Bat Vanal. That's how it stands at the moment. So we've got the Citroen GS12 1220 CI, or the club I should say, versus the Ford Escort Mark 1 and the Mazda MX-5. What we should be seeing though, if we're watching these cars coming through, is keeping an eye out on how far up the road Clark, Vanal and Vanal are. So we need to keep an eye out on the progress of these 3, 4 and 5 cars, trying to close things down on Rob Clark, Lauren and Bat Vanal. Right, so Citroen should be coming to complete its next lap. And if it is, it's going to be too far ahead for these guys to possibly close in and catch and pass. I think they might be running out of time here. These guys might have just run out of enough time. Here we go. There's a move there from our scratch car. Roux dives on the inside of the Marauder. Finico gets demoted down 1 position. Here comes the Mercedes-Benz of Hutting as well, trying to do the same thing. 2 924s having a go now. So now we need to keep an eye out. There you go. There's our lead car. Lead car heads into turn 1 as the scratch car is down towards turn 8. So there may be enough time here. It's going to be pretty tight. Rob Clark going to try and hang on to keep out the Mazda MX-5 of Bat Vanal. Vanal and Lauren Vanal looking in their rearview mirrors the entire time to keep an eye out on the progress of the scratch car of Rian Roux, Andre Hutting and maybe Van Du Plessis Sr. Vanal on the inside of Clark. That's an easy move for him. MX-5 hits the front with a lap to go. So this is half a lap to go now for the Mazda. There is Lauren Vanal in the Mark 1 Escort. In the background is Winterstein. Winterstein could possibly catch and pass her. Let's have a look and see as they head up the hill now. How far back are those scratch cars of the Mercedes-Benz and Rian Roux and the Sirocco? That's what we need to be keeping an eye on. Let's see if we get any indication of them as they come up onto the brakes now. This is our lead car, Bat Vanal in the Mazda MX-5. MX-5 leads things out. He's got 3 corners to go. There's a good possibility he's got enough time here. I think he's going to have enough time to take the win. If he hasn't broken out, Bat Vanal is going to take this win relatively easily. Second place to Clark. His breakout time is a 1:28, and he is on a 1:28 now. 1:28.650. He's done a 1:28.558. He's broken out, unfortunately. He's going to take the win, but Vanal has broken out of his allotted time that he set himself. That's a bit of a pity. There, look how close that was. The Sirocco coming across the line there right in the closing stages and alongside the Escort of Lauren Vanal. Very tight stuff. So it was just slightly out there, but the calculations weren't bad at all. If we look at the way things ended up there, Bat Vanal will take the victory on the day. But if you look at his allotted lap times of a 28.6, Vinal done a 28.558. That's going to be unfortunately too fast, and Vinal will be disqualified for breaking out. This is unofficially, of course, which means that the 134.6 of Rob Clark will be good enough for a first place. He allocated a 134.3, so the 6 is going to be good enough for Rob Clark to possibly take the win there ahead of Bad Vinal, who's broken out. Looking at the Porsche allocated himself a 119.096, and he's done a 119.8. So there you go. Wynand du Plessis Senior should be second. And if we look at the escort of Lauren Van Aal, she allocated a 134.5, and she's done a 133.7. So she's broken out as well. Which means we go even one further back. Rian Roux, 116.2. He's done a 116.7. So Rian Roux will possibly take third place there. But we'll get those results and confirmation of those results as soon as possible. But certainly, as you can see at the end of a handicap race like this for Charlie Superspar Historic Pursuit Series, it works out quite nicely if the allocations and the calculations are all good. So my understanding is that you'd have Rob Clark from Wynand du Plessis Senior and Rian Roux, your top three there in our first race of the Charlie Superspar Pursuit Series. Well, Kurt's audio is downstairs with Bad Vinal. Let's find out exactly what happened there, because he possibly broke out.
Good. Tell me about your race out there. How was it?
Lovely. Very, very much fun. Hopefully I kept to the pace I needed to keep at. It looked like it. I caught everybody sort of at the right time periods. And yeah, managed to, looks like, get first overall for this heat, which is not too bad considering it's the third time out I've raced the car.
And tell me about your car. An interesting choice of a car.
Well, the Lotus Elite that's standing broken down on the far side of the track was my previous car. And then I purchased this, and we use it for weekend drives, my wife and myself, and I use it for racing when I'm not using it for a weekend drive. So very multi-purpose, multi-use car.
Awesome job. Well done, man.
Thank you.
Back to action now from the 20th running of the Passion for Speed Festival here at Swartkops Raceway. And we're into the pre-80 historic saloon cars. Lining up there, Rudolph the Foss. We saw him in action yesterday. He actually had a great outing in one of the categories that raced yesterday. So did Roy Campos, and so did Peter Bailey. Siofri Jr. who now joins them. He's going to be up there and pushing hard in his Mazda R100. Tucked in just behind that whole brigade of Porsches, including Richard Pott, Bailey and Campos. Johan Smith's in there in a Mazda Capella. Then you've got Yannick van Rooyen. He's in the Volkswagen Sirocco. What else would he be in? And then, of course, you've also got Dion van Vuren joining him in a very quick Mazda R100. George Bakamides in the Liqui Moly Porsche. And also looking out for Andre Tenapel in the second Sirocco. Mike O'Sullivan in the big Chevy SS. It's one of Ollie Broom's cars, of course. Rene Janssen van Rensburg, you've got in the Ford Mark II Escort. You've got Tony London out there in a 1200 Datsun Coupe. Sophos Pantassis is out there in a 240Z. Charles Smallberger joins the field in a Universal Motorsport Alpha GTV. Rion Roux in a Volkswagen Sirocco. He's just basically had enough time to put a bit of fuel in the car and come straight back into this big pack of cars after the Historic Pursuit Series race, where he finished up in third place. Sean Hepburn in a 1200 Deluxe Datsun. Cor Kramwinkel in a BMW 2002. We've got Steve Pickering in a 914 Porsche. Willem Fonk in a Ford Escort Mark II. Simpson will be out there in an Alfa Romeo Giulia. Andy Gossman in his Datsun Sunny. We saw them yesterday too. George Smallberger joins in the Shield Shield Ford Escort, along with Ryan Budd, and he will be also in a Mark II Escort. In fact, the Mark II Cortina, I beg your pardon. Jan Jacobs is out there in the Alfa Giulietta, and then of course Rian Jacobs in the Datsun 1800i. As the Pretoria North Toyota 86 pulls to the sideline, we get ready to go now. Can Campos give this big V8 a run for his money? It's the little Chev leading out the little Porsche. All-conquering Porsche there of Campos. He's going to try and stay with that V8 if he can. Wasn't able to do that yesterday, but he's certainly going to give him a run for his money. But he's definitely going to have his work cut out for him as they go down to turn one with the rest of the Porsche brigade that have joined us in the pre-80 historic racing saloons. Universal Motorsport and Universal Healthcare, of course, were the original sponsors of this category. A couple of those guys still running the livery on the windscreens. But as they come down into turn two now, you can see a bit of chopping and changing. Oh, problem there. That's Siofri, I think, has got a bit of an issue. Datsun has got a bit of a problem there as he comes through. It could have been Tony London as well. We'll have to just check and see which car that was, but definitely one of the Datsuns slowing up dramatically. Here comes Yannick van Rooyen Jr. Yannick van Rooyen looking for a way through there on the Bakamides. He had a big look on the inside of turn number 4, and I think he might have made that one stick. Tony London now making his way to the top of the hill. The Porsches are already there. Leading things out at this point in time is the lead Porsche of Campos. Bailey in second, and right on Bailey's tail is Siofri Jr. Dion having a good run there in the second of the Mazda R100s. And van Vuren with a bit of pressure coming from the back end of that Mazda Capella of Johan Smith. Just saw his wife, Michelle, in battle. She was doing a super job there in the Nissan Skyline, but now it's Johan's turn to go out there and have some fun. Bailey looking to close things down. The two Hoosier R100s basically running in numerical order almost. So a good start here to the first heat of historic pre-80 saloons. Triple Eight van Vuren using all the track and some more to get the best pace out of that car as possible. Two rotary powered cars going at it. The two Porsches just ahead of three rotary powered cars, in fact. This little rotary battle here. Here's Smith on the inside looking for a way past. Can he get on the inside of Van Vuren? Oh, he's going to make it very difficult for him. He's going to drive Van Vuren around the outside of turn 4. Capella versus R100 as they head to the top. It looks like the Capella just had a slightly better drive out of turn 4. 8 brakes from Smith as he puts a big rotary flame out of the back of that car straight into the face of Dion van Vuren. Porsche just behind the big Can-Am, and Rudolph de Vos is not getting away from Roy Campos. Campos keeping him relatively honest. Sirocco starting to close things down now. Yannick van Rooyen is right on the back end of Dion van Vuren. Behind that comes the big SS Chevy of Mike O'Sullivan. It's a really cool car. A Chevy stripe down the middle of it, and of course a lot of fans out there would be, if they were here, would be shouting for that, and I'm sure you're shouting for it on the sidelines. So de Vos leads it out ahead of Campos and Bailey. They get onto that back straight away. There comes the fourth car, 444, Siafari Jr. And who's your R100? Hans Smith will be the next car onto the back straight. And looks like Yanni van Rooyen has got through. Yes, he's got ahead of Dion van Vuren. So he's put the Sirocco in between the two rotary powered cars. Ooh, late braking from the 914 Porsche. Sure, very late braking coming out of that 914. And Steve Pickering definitely giving a bit of a run there. Cole Kronwinkel just behind that, but he was giving a bit of a run to Giorgio Vacamides, who seems to have lost a little bit of ground. Vacamides should be a bit higher up than what he is right now, and I'm not quite sure what's gone wrong there with that Liqui Moly Porsche. There's a move. Inside line from the 179. Great move there. I think that is Siafari Senior in that car, if I'm not mistaken. So he heads up the hill and starts to tick them off one by one. Had a bit of an issue coming out of turn 2. We saw that early on. And a bit of smoke coming out of Vacamides' car. So maybe there is a bit of a problem on that Porsche. He's ahead now of the other Porsche. And the Porsches at this stage, of course, would be Steve Pickering. Looking for Giorgio Vacamides. That's who we're seeing up there. And also need to keep into account we've got Richard Pott, who's dropped so far back. Maybe Pott and Vacamides have had a bit of a problem and came together. Because those two should be a lot higher up than what they are right now. Back straight and Van Rooyen closing down on Smith. Good drive here from Johan Smith, but a great drive coming out of Yanni van Rooyen. Willem Fonk. And usually shares that car with, I think it's Ilana Fonk. The two of them might be sharing that car today. Behind them is John Simpson. Here we see the move coming from the Sirocco. Unbelievable to see how quick that car is. Pro Auto Rubber decals on the side of the car as well. And he's loving life as Yanni van Rooyen. Part of that team now with Andre Danhauser and Shane Forget. And I believe it's actually Shane Forget's birthday today. So happy birthday to the man from Forget's Auto. Had a nice win last night and probably will sort out that birthday present early on after the late evening and into the night race that he was involved in. And his current sponsor of his car is on the side of this car and on the bonnet of Yanni van Rooyen's as well, with Pro Auto Rubber now putting a bit of money into that team, and they're getting good coverage out of it, that's for sure. Oh, Tenapel is now putting the pressure onto the back end of Mike O'Sullivan. Andre Tenapel all over the back of Mike O'Sullivan in the second of the Siroccos. And now some traffic. Oh, this could help Campos out. Campos could be reveling in this. They come up on the Shield Mark 1 Escort. The Shield Mark 1 Escort, of course, being driven by George Smallberger, now being eaten up. Looks like we've lost Siafari Jr. in the second of the R100s. That Mazda R100, unfortunately, looks like it might be somewhere out on track or gone back in the pit lane. We just missed him there. But he's dropping off the timing monitor as we speak. So it's Rudolf de Vos versus Campos for the lead. Coming up into some big traffic in a few minutes' time. Here they come. Look at the traffic they've got to avoid. Simpson is one of them. The Sonny of Gossman is on the outside. Simpson's on the inside. And little Chev had to come out of the brakes, onto the brakes there a little bit. That's going to give Campos great drive through turn 4. Watch this up to the top of the hill. Another Ford Escort of Funk to negotiate as they come into braking. Willem will be well aware of that. And he just gives them a little bit of room. But Campos is in a fight of note here. Going around the outside of Vacamides. Oh, nearly taking off his nose, in fact. Vacamides just lucky to avoid the clipping there of that Porsche. But here we go. 911 RSR taking on the little Chevy, the Chevy Can-Am. And everybody getting out of the way as they just blast through. Andre Danhauser was in there as well. Saw him. As he's in the middle of that as well. Gee, just non-stop action here. Coming up on Siafari Senior now. He's in the 160Y. And about to be caught and possibly passed now by the two lead cars. Campos putting the pressure onto the Vos big time. You can see the Chev's got a little bit of extra squirt on the straight. But it's when they get into the tricky stuff and when they get into the traffic that Roy Campos comes into his own. He's hoping for a bit more traffic. It certainly helped him out, and a little bit of a different line there from the Can-Am. Campos closes down once again through 4. There's the squirt of the extra power though. You always say there's no replacement for displacement. And that's exactly what he's using right now. The V8 just using that additional displacement to get away from the Porsche, but look how nimble the Porsche is through the twisty bits here. Closes right back on De Vos, and now we're in for a bit of a run. Another car coming court now. Looks like Sean Hepburn also running in new colours there, the Pro Auto Rubber colours. As Hepburn is now part of that team. And it looks like he's also going to be caught here by Campos, and he forces the Can-Am around the outside of him. Can-Am makes it stick into turn 2. The Porsche gets through on the inside. So good driving ability and awareness there coming out of the man in that Pro Auto Rubber Datsun. But now you can just see, just getting away. Coming up on Rian Ru now. And he's just come across the line in 3rd place in the Historic Pursuit Series. Now in the thick of a pre-80 Historic Saloon car race. He's had a little bit extra time on track, and he basically knows what track conditions are like. Chev is now loving life, and this battle between the Porsche and Chev is just turning into one of the best we've seen all day so far. Sliding into Kenwood Corner, flicking through into the left-hander and down the hill towards G&H. This is Campos' opportunity. They're about to complete lap number 7 of 10. 3 more laps to go, or 2 to go, but according to that lap time monitor. 2 to go, so live timing is just slightly off, I think. I think they might be just a little bit behind. But we got 2 to go in this one. And Campos is applying huge pressure. Look at the ability of Campos' car to get through the corners. It's much more nimble than the big V8 in front of it. And he's using that ability of the car, the handling of the car, the ability to turn the car, to stay with the big powered Can-Am ahead of him. De Vos just using that power though to keep that gap just manageable. A little bit of traffic to negotiate, and possibly going to just get ahead. This might work in De Vos's favour. No, he's been blocked. Not blocked, but he wasn't able to get ahead of the car in front of him. He would have liked to have got ahead just before they went into turn 5. Campos is right there with him again, so he's not going to have the advantage of that car. He won't be able to use the advantage of the car because Campos is going to drive around the outside just like De Vos is. 1 to go. Final lap. Can Roy Campos do anything about it? Rene van Rensburg in a bit of a fight here. Mark II Escort versus the Mark I Escort versus the Giulia versus the Porsche. 44 is Charles Smallberger. Smallberger out there in the Universal Racing GTV. That's his Uncle George a bit further back. He's enjoying life out there in that little Mark I Escort, I beg your pardon. So many makes and marks to try and remember here on the day. It's the only places you can actually find this kind of make and mark and differentiation of different cars. 240Z up to the top of the hill is Sofos Pentassis. And here is the leader on the inside of him. And I think he's done it to perfection there. And 240Z might just give Campos a bit more of a run for his money than what he like, yes. And that might be enough just to get Silvio across the line. There she comes, the little Chevy to the flag. De Vos to take the win, and he's sideways, showboating. Love it. That's the way, showboated to the line. De Vos takes the win in the Chevy Can-Am ahead of Roy Campos. Campos will take the win in Class A though. Class B will go to Rudolf De Vos. Coming down to the line and standing by now, we're going to see the rest of the pack coming down there. That is Charles Smallberger, Sean Hepburn just behind him. Hepburn's going to finish up down in 15th place overall. Let's have a look and see as they come through here. There is Johan Smith. That'll be 2nd place in Class A. Jeffrey coming into the final stages there of his race too. A nice little battle here between Pickering and Cor Kronwinkel. Come through to finish up today's racing there for the first heat of the pre-80 historic saloons. So let's have a look at the confirmation there. Rudolf De Vos, Peter Bailey, and all the way down, or a long way down. In fact, there's no 3rd place in Class B. So 1 and 2 in Class B will be Rudolf De Vos and Peter Bailey. Class A will be Campos and Johan Smith. Class C will be Dion van Vuren. He wins that one out all on his own sim. Class D, Yannick van Rooyen ahead of Michael Sullivan and Andre Tenapel. And Class E will be Tony London, Rian Ru, and then Charles Smallberger taking Class F ahead of Sean Hepburn. That's your first race done for the day for pre-80 historic saloons. Up next, we're heading into the Bridgestone BMW Car Club Racing Series and try and get a couple of interviews just before that as well. After great action in that first heat of the pre-80 historic saloons, Claudio's down in pit lane to have a chat to Rudolf de Vos, our race 1 winner.
Rudolf, that was quite a spectacular race, and I saw Roy Campos catching you towards the end there. Was there a problem, or were you just managing?
Well, I was trying to manage it. We are actually in different classes, but Roy he was pushing me to the limits. And obviously we have to manage our tires, so it was one hell of a race.
And I saw you got it quite sideways there, coming over the line.
Yes, well, that was to get away from him. So, you know, every lap you don't see the lap counter. So luckily I saw the last lap and I just tried to pull away from him, but it was an incredible race, a wonderful bunch of guys to race with, and obviously, and then my pit crew, from Kunrad, Frikkie and my Walvia. What a pleasure to be with them, and they're helping me and supporting me all the way. You can't get any better than this.
Also, Rudolf, all the best for race 2.
Have a nice day. Bye.
Welcome back to action now from day 2 of the Passion for Speed Festival here at Swartkops Raceway. We're west of Pretoria in Gauteng, South Africa, and a big welcome to everybody who's joining us on our live stream feeds on Facebook and YouTube. Already seen action out of the Charlie Super Spa Pursuit Series, prehistoric saloons, and now we head into the Bridgestone BMW Car Club Racing Series. 30 cars about to go to battle here in this category. A nice field that have come out there, and if you've just joined us on the live stream, you've just missed, of course, the Tshwane Metropolitan Police Department coming to the side of the circuit to make sure that we are containing ourselves and ensuring that all of our COVID rules are being stuck to for the day. And that's exactly what we're doing. Or is it that they know that the BMWs are now on track and are looking to try and take them on? There you go. Big thanks to them for coming to check out on us and make sure that we're doing it all right so that we can continue doing the racing that we're doing here at Swartkops. Adrian Dalton set the pace yesterday, and him and William Einkamera will be on the front row. Andreas Meyer there, looking for a chance now to possibly be at the front end in his normally aspirated and, of course, the original touring car from the factory BMW that he races. Jagger Robertson, though, has certainly become a massive, massive factor in this category and has moved up onto the second row there for the Big Boss Auto and Viking Liqui Moly BMW E46. Everstein and Bagioni will be the third row, ahead of Ulisana and Troy Cochrane that we just saw in the cockpit there. Rainier Smith and Sean Lamprecht as we make our way down the field. There is Lamprecht now looking to rock and roll. Behind him will be Nico van Sale and Matthew Wadley. Trevor Long and Nick Macris will be there as well, ahead of Varish Gunpath and Jackie Schechter. Jackie Schechter out there in the Pablo Clark Racing Batmobile, the 635 CSL. A massive, awesome car to be driving. And remember that we've also got Craig Herbst and Nick Herbst that are sharing the Greenhouse Solar car ahead of Manny Ribeiro in the BMW Car Club Gauteng, the touring car. That's the official taxi, the track taxi. Ari van Heerden had a little bit of issues this morning, but he's got them all sorted out, hopefully, ahead of Shane Krobler from Mayfair Gearbox. And we've got Fabio Fedetto and Rolf Duplessis makes a little debut here in the BMW Car Club Racing Series. He'll be piloting the, well, it says the KAD Estates car, but I think it actually belongs to Pablo Clark Racing. It's the original Tony Viana BMW 325iA. Nick Fisher and Alan Helligen just behind them, Mike Krobler and Heinz van der Merwe. And then it's Thomas Potgieter ahead of Bernard Dugavao. Had some overheating issues at the start of the day in the warm-up and qualifying. There are 3 classes all in the mix here as well, Class A to E. We'll try and concentrate on those classes if we can find them. And as you can see, it's going to be a bit of a fight at the front between Class A and B competitors with Adrian Dalton and Einkamera. Jackie Schechter will be looking to come through the field to try and take on some of those pack as well. And look out for the battle between Andreas Meyer, Jagger Robertson, Jan Everstein, Oz Bagioni. And they are fighting for Class B honours. Red Star Raceway's Nick van Sale running the number 1 plate. So looking forward to a big fight with him too in that mid-pack. Not quite sure what's gone wrong there with Andreas Meyer. He's dropped right to the back of the pack. So Meyer might have had a bit of a problem there for the trained amateurs E36 touring car. That's the one that runs the original. It's the original touring car, of course, from South African Touring Cars. And definitely a bit of a problem there for that car as he pulls to the back of the pack. Toyota 86 from Pretoria North Toyota, our pace car, moves off the circuit. Now allows both William Einkamera and Adrian Dalton to set the pace at the front end. More, of course, to Adrian Dalton than Einkamera. Let's see what the extra shoes and clothing man can do. Car missing there in third place. It's definitely Andreas Meyer with the problem. Meyer's dropped right to the back of that pack. I'm not quite sure what went wrong there, but he's going to have to come from the back of the pack. We're about to go racing as those lights go out. We go racing, and here we go down towards turn 1. Good start from Jagger Robertson. He's got the drop there ever so slightly, looking for a way to get through onto William Einkamera. As the rest of the pack come through there, the 13 car. What a start there from Trevor Long. But it is Dalton who holds shots. He has got Iron Camera on his tail, and right behind that, Jagger Robertson. Cochrane moves up. Good start there from Bagioni as well. Bagioni, the pool man, starting to make his way to the front end. There's Jackie Schechter around the outside of a couple of cars there in that Batmobile. Closing onto the back end of Trevor Long as they get onto the back straight for the first time. The Big Boss Auto Man in third place. He's got a pack of cars tucked behind him. Led out at this point in time by Everstein, but you've also got Bagioni and Ulisani in there as well. Nice little mid-pack battles that'll start here, and of course you'll see the little battles that'll start to rage in and out of all of the classes. 52 is Ulisani. He was involved in the Extreme Supercars yesterday in that G&H Transport machine of his, and driving that Z4 today in the BMW Bridgestone Car Club Racing Series. The former CEO of BMW South Africa now in full flight and loving life back behind the wheel of a BMW. Iron Camera still in second place. It is Adrian Dalton getting away at the front. Jagger Robertson hangs on for third. Bagioni and Everstein going in it. Here comes Olasana, and there's a big move there on Cochrane. Little look on the inside, but Cochrane saw him coming, and unfortunately Smith had to back out of that one. Rainier Smith, though, is looking dangerous and looking for a way past there. Cochrane keeps the door shut. Behind him you've got Lamprecht and Fonsell starting to close the gap a little bit as well. Lamprecht in the blue BMW just behind Rainier Smith there in the all white colours. They come flying down onto the back straight away now, and they're starting to open up a little bit of a margin. Getting away there from Matty Wadley. Wadley can see that. Then you got Long and Schechter. And there is Andreas Meyer. He's back into the thick of it. Now that man should have started on the second row. I'm not quite sure what the issue was, but he's now coming from the back of the field and starting to tick them off one by one. Oh, Lamprecht out of shape. Good catch there from Sean Lamprecht as he came into the top of turn 5. Andreas Meyer should have the turn of pace. He thanks the drivers, realizing that they can see he's coming through and ticking them off one by one. Look at that massive diffuser out the back of that car as well. The downforce is incredible. I was chatting to him down in PE. He's one of the supporters of Team Perfect Circle, of course, and he was saying just how much work and development he's put into this car to run with the turbo cars in Class A. A normally aspirated car, and it's absolutely hauling. But as I say that, I'm giving him the commentator's curse. That car has got an intermittent problem. It seems to come right, and then it just dies. Goes into kind of a limp mode, I would say. And definitely not firing like it usually is. So he may have to take it into pit lane and get it sorted out. Matty Wadley, though, starting to close down a little bit as well. Onto the back end, just ahead there. And you can see just how things are starting to tighten up here in this BMW Car Club Racing Series. Wadley looking to close down. You can see it's not going to be an easy day in the saddle for him. Nick Macris in that mid-pack as well. Schechter doing a super job and flying the flag high there. But unfortunately, he's a bit further down than what he'd like to be. He's down in 13th place overall, fighting with Long and with Andreas Meyer at that point. Further up the field, Lamprecht now all over the back of him is Matty Wadley. Wadley looking for a way through, can't find it just yet. Further up the road, big move on the inside there from Everstein. Had a look, but shut the door and tucked in yet again behind Bagioni. Bagioni having a fantastic run there in the Biopools car. The pool man, as we like to call him, is absolutely cleaning up at this point in time. Looking to be possibly second place and hoping to try and close down on Jagger Robertson. Jagger doing a massive amount of work in that Viking, Liqui Moly and Big Boss Auto BMW. Cochrane now trying to find a way through there on Ulisana. We'll move him up into second place in Class C's. Bagioni with a small gap now over Jan Everstein. Big gap down to Rainier Smith, then Olasana. Olasana having a magic run. I'm going to say he's loving life in that G&H Transport BMW Z4. Here comes Meyer again. I don't know what the issue on this car is. It's kind of intermittent. It comes into its own. He eats through the pack, and then it just slowed down all of a sudden. So we'll have to keep an eye on that one. See if maybe he's got it sorted out this time. Bagioni under attack from Everstein. No answer just yet. Smith on his own. Bit of a gap down to Ulisana. Behind that, Cochrane. The 48 car just on his tail is Nick Macris. Macris looking for a way through there on the Arrow car. And Cochrane saying no, not yet. Dive on the inside from Cochrane to see if he can get through on Ulisani. And Uli just shuts the door. Not going to let him through. Ulisani placing that Z4 to perfection. Not giving any room to Cochrane to find a way past. Macros looking to dive on anything that possibly gets thrown to the wayside. Pick up the pieces if something goes wrong. Big gap opened up now between Everstein and Rainier Smith. Almost the entire length of the back straight. Four-way battle just behind that for Class C honours. Smith leads out. It's the white BMW heading up to the top of the hill. Ulisani in second and Troy Cochrane in third. Nick Macros is fourth. There are 4 cars fighting here, all for Class C honours. Late braking from Macros. Macros dives on the inside of Cochrane looking for a way through. 48 and 68, battle of the 8s, and this time the 4-8 hangs on. No, he doesn't. 68 just squeezes him out going into turn 7 and maintains his position. Lamprecht has been able to close them down. In the background, keep an eye on Matty Wadley as well. Wadley's into the house too. So we've got 5 cars fighting for second place in Class C. Great dice here for Class C. And there comes Mayer. Mayer now just on the back end of Matt Wadley. Trevor Long continues his little fight. He's fighting just behind there, of course, with Fabio Fedetto. And he is slowly but surely being... And he's caught and passed. Fedetto finds a way through. Fedetto moving his machine up there nicely. Dives the M4 up the inside and gets up and makes the move stick. And the same thing happens here. Oh, we are side by side again. Cochrane on the outside this time. Macros on the inside. And he makes it stick out of turn 4. Here comes Lamprecht. Cochrane in big problems now. Loses out to Macros in turn 4. Loses out to Lamprecht in turn 5. Drops back 2 positions, possibly to Matty Wadley as well. Wadley's in there too. Matt Wadley not too far off the back end of these two now, looking for a way to chance and possibly pounce, catch out the man in the Arrow car. But he's also got to keep his eyes out on this man coming through rapidly. Andreas Mayer diving through. Mayer now moves up into just outside the top 10. Make that the top 10 as he goes into turn 1. Brilliant stuff here from the BMW Car Club Racing Series. They're all on Bridgestone tyres. And the Bridgestones are loving life with conditions here today at Swartkops for the second day of the 20th anniversary of the Passion for Speed Festival. Matty Wadley trying to find a way through. Can he find it? No, he can't. We've got 6 laps completed here of the 10 allocated. Big flame out of Sean Lamprecht's bonnet. That's where his exhaust pipe sticks out. And he's under attack now from Andreas Mayer, who also had a flame out the side from his exhaust. Mayer will dive through and possibly outgun him easily up to the top of the hill. Oh, Macros on the inside of Ulisani. Ulisani losing out there to Macros as Macros gets through. Exhaust pipe straight out of the front of that bonnet as well. You can see the massive flame out of Macros' BMW there. Nick Macros in the E46328i Turbo with huge flames coming out of that bonnet. Here comes Mayer. Mayer dives on the inside, flame out the side to get through on Sani. He will realise he doesn't have to work so hard to try and fend off that car. He's got to fight the rest of them off. Here's the M4. Fedetto starting to close on the back end of Matt Wadley. He's left a long way down the road, unfortunately. Trevor Long, the Roofshaw man, a little bit further back than what he'd like to be. Here is your leader, though. Adrian Dalton controlling things from the front, relatively unscathed. Fastest lap he's been able to do was a 104.3. He's now currently in the 108s. So not really any answer from anybody out there to the pace that Adrian Dalton's got. Ian Kamara tried to run with him, but unfortunately has been stuck a little bit further back in second place. And not too far behind Ian Kamara, of course, is the youngster, Jagger Robertson. Jagger Robertson, multiple champion in the NX Legends, and now moved up into Saloon car racing for a full season in the BMW Car Club Racing Series as part of the Big Boss entry. His uncle Devon, of course, helping him out. In fact, his cousin Devon, he's not his uncle. Helping him out to get that car all sorted out. Connors for a better man to prep a car. Then Devon Robertson, multiple SA champion in his own right in Polo Cups, in production cars, and of course a world champion in the NX Legends category as well. Top of the hill goes your leader. Dalton still with a lap and a half to go. William Iron Kamara, no answer whatsoever from him. Jackie Schechter now under a bit of a threat there as well, having his own little fight with Varish Gunpath and Neil Reynolds, and they're about to be caught. Alan Hilligan about to be lapped as well by the extra shoes and clothing BMW. It's the M3 CSL. The car originally was part of the G&H Transport stable. Ricky Giannacaro's car, if I'm not mistaken, but now in the hands of Adrian Dalton. And since it's been in his hands, it's been an all-conquering machine, that is for sure. Difficult car to beat and a very, very seasoned campaigner when it comes to saloon car racing is Dalton. Dalton on the inside, finds a way through. No problem at all to get through there on Neil Reynolds. Got Varish Gunpath just up the road from him, and then it'll be Jackie Schechter. He'll have his sights on by the time they get on the brakes into turn 5. Schechter probably won't have to give way to him there, but he may have to give way to him coming out of 6 and 7. Schechter in the Pablo Clark Racing BMW Batmobile. Schechter hangs onto the inside line, makes Dalton go around the outside. And is Schechter still going to be able to keep out Varish Gunpath? Yes, he is, by holding that inside line. To the flag, race 1 win in the Bridgestone BMW Car Club Racing Series. Adrian Dalton, extra shoes and clothing. Late braking from Nick Van Zyl. He just squeezes wide and out of the way, and unfortunately gets that position retaken. Iron Camera comes through for second place in Class A. So it's William Ironkamera who comes through for second. Jagger Robertson will take the win in Class B's. Nice little dice there, watching for the dice in the background between Everstein and Baggioni. Here is for second place in Class B. It's the Pullman ahead of Everstein. The Viking car is going to come through for third. Oz Baggioni will come through for second place in Class B. There's Rolf to see in the old Tony Biana car. Andreas Meyer did come through for a top 6 finish and 4th overall in Class B. And the C's eventually taken by Rainier Smith, but only just ahead of Nick Macris and Ulisani. What a start to the day's racing there for the BMW Car Club Racing Series. They put on a fantastic show. Varish Gunpath has hung on for the win in Class D ahead of Neil Reynolds and Craig and Nicholas Herbst. And that's how things end up for the first race of the day here for our incredible Bridgestone BMW Car Racing Series. Look forward to more of that a little bit later on. We've got a second heat coming after lunchtime. But up next we head into the Lotus Challenge, proudly brought to you by Suzuki Alberton today. So just confirming our top 3 there for Class A. It's Adrian Dalton ahead of William Ironkamera, and then it was Jagger Robertson, Oz Baggioni, and Jan Everstein in the Class B's. Rainier Smith took the win in the Class C's. But let's have a look and see if Claudio's been able to catch up with Adrian Dalton down in pit lane, our race 1 winner overall in the Bridgestone BMW Car Club Racing Series.
Adrian, how was that race? You just pulled the gap and then that was it, eh?
Yes, the car went well for the first 3 laps, then something broke on the back. I'm not sure if it's something on the control arm or it's in the diff, but it gave a big clunk every time going out to corners, and I wasn't sure to last to the end. So I sort of nursed it home, sort of backed it off and nursed it home. But yeah, the car was good, and yeah, had an enjoyable race.
Didn't seem to slow you down though.
No, if you look at the lap times, you'll see they're considerably slower after lap 3.
Well done.
Thank you very much.
Was there... We just chatted to Adrian Dalton, our race one winner from the BMW Car Club Racing Series, and the man who should have given him a run for his money, Andreas Meyer, is down with Claudio in pit lane as well. Let's find out what went wrong with the SAT car.
What do you wait?
Andreas, talk me through what happened there at the start. Why'd you start from the back of the field?
I messed it up in the second corner. I came out of the corner, tried to warm up my tires, and I lost the car out of the corner completely. I made it 360. And then I thought the guys were coming, so I just got to the back of the grid, that's it.
And I saw at one point you put your hand up in your car coming down the main straight. What happened there?
My throttle was not responding at all. It was stuck on 0, so there was no response of the throttle. We have to check now what happened. I have no idea. It happened 3 times now. Otherwise, I would have caught somebody, but not like that.
Awesome job. Well done, Andreas. Good luck for the next race.
Thanks a lot. Appreciate it.
I can remember it like it was yesterday. I was 10, and Suzuki just launched Vitara.
Anything Vitara. And it was like it was a different person.
It was still our little Danielle, just better.
Massive welcome back here to all of our fans far and wide from all over the world, joining us for our live stream coverage of Day 2's action of the Passion for Speed Festival's 20th anniversary. We are on track now with Lotus Challenge, proudly brought to you by Suzuki Alberton today, a new sponsor joining this category and a long-standing relationship I'm sure they're going to be looking forward to. As Fast Fred Alberts, of course, his son Taran is the man behind putting that all together, and a big welcome to them as the official sponsors now for Lotus Challenge here this weekend and hopefully into the future, and a long-standing relationship with a very, very competitive category. On the left-hand side, you can see Universal Motorsport rebreed racing champions. They certainly do, because the man on pole position comes out of that race stable, Jeff Kruger for Universal Healthcare and the CompCare team. He's ahead of his arch rival Thomas Faulkner. However, Andre Himan, Mackie Adlam were the two men that would give both of those boys a run for their money last year, and Adlam eventually finishing up ahead of Jeff Kruger to the tune of 1 point at the end of the championship in 2020. So a bit of a rivalry that's going to start again here today for their second outing for 2021. And looking forward to more of the same there. There is Fast Fred himself, Fast Fred Alberts in the B4. Looking forward to getting up there a little bit. He was complaining a little bit this morning about the pace. Only able to get down into 11th place on the grid, so he hasn't quite got the pace of what he had at Red Star Raceway for the previous round. So let's see if he picks up the pace here ever so slightly. B21, Andre Himan, alongside him there, just over his left shoulder was the number 1 plate of Mackie Adlam, who of course had an incredible day yesterday in the Mobil 1 V8 supercars. He's now looking to do more of the same here in Lotus Challenge to try and retain that number 1 plate. Now, normally what happens in Lotus Challenge over the last couple of seasons, as we saw with Jeff Kruger, is that once you won your first championship, you become a very difficult man to beat. That's a nice up-close and personal position there of David Kutsia. As we get ready to rock and roll now. We are under starters' orders. 99 is Jeff Gable. Good to see him back in a Lotus. That's where he started his racing career. He's also been participating, of course, in the single-seater series as well. And just waiting for our camera crew to get off the circuit and clear out of harm's way, and then we can get racing. Problems. 76 of Jeff Kruger's parked on the sideline. That is not good. Just saying how awesome the dice we expected between him and the front end. But Thomas Faulkner's all on his own. I was wondering why Jeff Kruger wasn't in the pole position. It's now given the number 2 car a chance to get off the line and into turn 1 first. So Kruger on the sideline, unfortunately not starting this race from pole position where he's supposed to be. And that is now going to give an opportunity to his rivals in this championship to open up a bit of a lead in this championship. And already some action down into turn 2. Big move there from Sean Hewitt, trying to dive on the inside. He puts his hand up. There's a problem on his car. And I think he's broken the front left-hand side of that car, trying to go up the inside of Andre Himan. Andre Himan, I think, was just on the inside line there. Mackie Adlam coming through with him as well as they come onto the back straightaway. It's Adlam into second place. Andre Himan tucked in behind that. Then it's Jeff Gable. Jeff Gable is followed very closely there by, that it looks like 56 Etienne Stradum. And then 51 just behind them, pushing through and trying to get through is Tinus Buerta. Carl Scarp just behind that. And as they go to the top of the hill, Gable trying to close things down, locking up the brakes into turn 5. That's not what you want to be doing, Jeff Gable. He knows that. Look at them. They're all running wide up the top of turn 5. Getting out of shape there properly. That was 53, I think. Yes, it was. David Kutsia making a small mistake. So it's Faulkner who leads out. There you can see the dive on the inside. Hewitt just getting it all wrong, tagging the left-hand side of the 21 car of Andre Himan. And Himan going, what are you doing? What are you doing? I think Hewitt just came in there a little bit too hot. He did catch the second of the Adlam Auto car boys out there, I think. Yeah, definitely some issues, unfortunately, there for the rest of that Adlam Auto team, but as they came through there, they're all now sorted out. Remember, you've got Class B and Class L out there as well. And the second group of cars, of course, will start to be forming up with the Class L competitors. Those are the B competitors going through. Waiting for Class L to come into sight now. There they come. Class L battle expected to be just as good as the one at the front end for Class B. And 5 cars at this stage, all running for honours. Ben Knights was quickest yesterday and in qualifying, and Wes Maxwell was right with him. Then you had Hodgson and Duplessis with John DeToy up there too. Andrew Fulton and Barry Dunford setting the pace in the Class L competitors. Andre Himon now onto the back end of Mac Yadlam. Yadlam Auto boys going at it and trying to work together to close that gap down on Faulkner. Thomas Faulkner realizes the gift he's been given here by Jeff Kruger not starting and parking it on the sideline as he left the pit lane. He literally didn't even get onto track. He rolled out of pit lane and had to park on the side of the track with a problem there on the 76 car. So Kruger's days have not turned out to be the best yet today. A great run yesterday in the big V8 Legends of the 9 Hour. Also had a bit of fun and games in a Chev Camaro as well in the ISB and Trans Am series. But for Lotus Challenge, the one he wanted to try and win, having put it on pole position, it hasn't gone his way. 25 in the mix there, Andre Duplessis trying to find a way to get to the front of the Class L battle. The Vibro boys going at it. Nice dive on the inside there from the Vibro car of Wes Maxwell. Maxwell hangs on now. And they're all trying to sort out their little positions there in the Class L battle. Hodgson in there as well. It's a bit off the back in that pack of cars, but definitely wants to close things down. Here they come onto the back straight away again. Watch out for Hodgson just in the background. Looking to close things down as rapidly as possible. Diving on the inside, a little move on Wes Maxwell, but not able to make it stick. But a big move there from Ben Knights to come back to the front of Class L. Next up. On the brakes. 11 is there as well, and that is Ken Cloud looking to try and come a little bit higher up. Cloud now diving through. Remember, Cloud in the Class Bs. He's now in that mid pack of Class, or the front pack of Class L. All fighting hard for honours on track. Here they come down onto the brakes yet again into turn number 8, GH Transport Corner. Trying to sort things out there. Good move on the inside from the 7-7 of Jean DeToy. Side by side there with Nick Hodgson. To try and block the rest of that pack coming through, including Andrew Fulton. Onto the brakes and down into turn 2. Hodgson with some pressure on him. 16 car there, it's the sort of mint green coloured car. And front end is the all grey conquering battleship of Thomas Faulkner. Still running the number 2 after having it 2 seasons ago. Number 2 of course should be Jeff Kruger's, but Kruger decided to take 76. It allowed Thomas Faulkner to keep the number 2 plate. Down on the brakes, Heman applying pressure big time onto his teammate. The two of them are working well together. It's exactly what you need to try and do. You can't fight each other. You've got to work together to try and bridge the gap to the leader. And that's what Andre Himman is doing. He realizes that Mackie Adams got some good pace. And Adlam running the pace that needs to be done to catch Faulkner. Himman now sticking there with Adlam. Adlam pulling slightly away on that last pass. Adlam doing the 10-2s, 10-3s, and 10-3s. Basically even Stevens for the top 3. About 0.1. Ooh, Adlam with a big slide into turn 4. A little bit of understeer going into turn 4. He had to catch it, and he did. Just went a bit hot. But he was fortunate to catch it there into turn 4 as he came through there trying to close that gap down on Faulkner. The 1 car trying to catch the 2 car. Wants to get it into numerical order if he can. Continued action there for Class L as they come through into turn 3 and onto the back straight. Maxwell still leads out, I think, in terms of Class L, ahead of Ben Knights and Andre Duplessis. The second pack is Hodgson, Ken Cloud, Jean DeToy, and Andre Darfel. That's the battle we're seeing heading to the top of the hill towards turn 5 and the AMG Driving Academy. Cloud on the inside. Hodgson shuts the door. Class B versus Class L there. And yet again putting on a great show here for the new sponsor, Suzuki Alberton. Tyrone Alberts is enjoying all of this. You get to see it from the live stream point of view. We're out on Facebook, we're out on YouTube at the same time, and showing what we can do in terms of the coverage here from this 20th running of the Passion for Speed Festival. 77 Jean de Toy running that Simpson Diamondback helmet. Trying to close things down there and hunt the two cars in front of him. Cloud being the first one, Hodgson being the second. Hodgson's late on the brakes into turn 2. Good corner speed there from the Class L competitor. Here we go. Adlam has got to the front and he's now applying huge pressure onto Falconer. Adlam now goes wide onto the rumble strip, trying to cut back there and find a way past on Falconer. Falconer's got to try and keep him at bay. We are at the halfway stage, in fact just over it. 6 laps completed of the 10. And it's Adlam now applying massive pressure onto the back end of Thomas Falconer, looking for a way through. Falconer keeps it relatively clean through turn 2. Doesn't want to put a wheel wrong there because he knows that Mackie Adlam will pounce and make him pay. Adlam has already taken a victory here this weekend. He took the second heat of the Mobil 1 V8 Supercars. He's looking to take the first heat here of Lotus Challenge, realizing that there's a possibility that the boys from Universal Motorsport and John Kruger will be working on Jeff's car to get it sorted for race 2. How is that for late braking for Mackie Adlam? He's going to drive around the outside. That would be an incredible move if he makes it stick. He's going to make it stick. Mackie Adlam around the outside of 5 and 6 takes the lead. I haven't seen that done in a Lotus. Big cojones and definitely some confidence in the car's ability, and that's exactly what Adlam's got here. He's now put his arch rival in this championship between himself and his teammate. The meat in the sandwich between the Adlam Auto boys. In fact, no, make that the meat. He's going to become the top roll. Have a look at this. Here it is from an outbraking maneuver of note. Adlam later on the brakes around the outside into turn 5. Falconer gives him room. And that's what might have just slowed him through the corner, which has allowed the drive from Adlam to secure it into turn 6. Brilliant stuff. There's your action replay. Suzuki Alberton realizing that they've definitely got a good choice in terms of the category they've decided to sponsor. Here comes Falconer back at Adlam though. It was tight. That was very tight going into turn 4. You don't want to touch wheels in this category, particularly through turn 4 and maybe up here to turn 5. Fastest part of the track. Onto the brakes. You're not going to outgun Mackie Adlam on the brakes there, Thomas Falconer. You're going to have to find a different way through. Falconer and Adlam have pulled a small margin over Andre Hemon, and they're about to complete lap number 8. So we got 2 to go. Andre Hemon's going to have to do something here. So is Falconer. Falconer tried into turn 8. Can he make it stick? No. Oh, 60 parked on the sideline. Not what we want to see there. Cars on the sideline at this point of the race. And unfortunately, that is the end of the race there for the 60 car. We come through there and try and sort things out here between the top 3. Not quite sure who that 60 was. He's not on my timing list, unfortunately, but he's parked on the sideline. Here's a move. Drive on the inside from Andre Duplessis, forcing Ben Knights a bit wide. Knights comes straight back at him though. Knights going to try and hang on, but there's a bit of a maneuver coming through here as well from the Vibro car. Where's Maxwell looking for an opportunity if he can find one? Didn't quite get it there, but it was very, very close. Knights, Maxwell fighting hard here. Matthijs de Kock just behind Peter Van Aert as they head down towards the final corner. So leaders onto their penultimate lap. Here comes the pack down towards, in fact, a change up for the lead. Falconer's got through. Thomas Falconer has got through. He's got back to the lead and he's taken the lead back from Mackie Adlam as they complete their penultimate lap and start the final one. Lots of traffic for these guys to negotiate into turn 2. They've closed up onto the back end of the battle for Class L. So Class B and Class L coming through here. In fact, it's the back end of Class L. It's not the lead of Class L. I beg your pardon. Just similar livery there on those Vibro cars that got caught out ever so slightly. But now as they come flying onto the back straight away, it's Falconer who's got the advantage through that traffic. He's pulled about half a car length and now back it. Oh, under him on all over the back end of Mackie Adlam, trying to make Adlam pay for a little bit of traffic issues he had. Now they go into the slipstream. Adlam going to try to go around the outside again. He's done it once. Can he do it again? No, this time Faulkner matches him on the brakes. Oh, they touch! Adlam touches the back end of Thomas Faulkner's car, and it's given, yes, it's given Andre Himman a chance to dive through. I think he might have damaged the front right of that car. No, he hasn't. He just got caught out with an outbraking maneuver, and he tried to cut back on Faulkner a little bit too soon. Faulkner's going to hang on. Faulkner's going to take the win. A brilliant drive there from Thomas Faulkner. And Andre Himman capitalizing on a small mistake as Mackie Adlam tried to cut back on Thomas Faulkner and get ahead of him. But he just caught the back end of Faulkner's car. Down to the line. This is the battle just further back from that. Rudy Barnard fighting hard here. The third of the Mackie Adlam cars, the Adlam Auto cars, coming across the line just ahead of Jeff Gable. And that'll make up your top 5 in Class B. David Kutsia just behind that. There's Fast Fred Alberts. And the Suzuki Alberton boys will be happy with that car coming across the line and still finishing in single digits. Waiting for Class L. Shouldn't be too far back. There is Maxwell. Maxwell, Ben Knight still going at it here big time. Who's going to have what it takes? Ben Knight wants Maxwell's car. He wants to get ahead of him. The Class L battle definitely in for a chance here of going the way of the Vibro car, but Ben Knight will try something late on the brakes here into the final corner. Just not late enough. Maxwell's going to hang on. He'll take the win ahead of Knights and Duplessis just behind them, making up the top 3 in Class L. Brilliant action there from our Lotus Challenge. Proudly brought to you today by Suzuki Alberton. That is how you do things in Lotus Challenge. Just expecting to see Jeff Kruger hopefully back for race number 2, because if he's back into that front pack, Faulkner, Himman and Adlam and Kruger, we are in for some epic Lotus Challenge action later on today. Hope you enjoyed all of that, courtesy of Suzuki Alberton. Have a look at this. This is once again the replay. Watch there. Adlam just cuts back a little bit too soon and catches the back end with his front tire of Thomas Faulkner's car. And that unfortunately just cost him the opportunity of making it stick and getting up the inside.
Do you like short meetings or long breaks? Or playing it safe? Do you like fast food or slow roast? Whatever you do you in the all-new Suzuki Espresso.
Lotus Challenge proudly brought to you by Suzuki Alberton, and we managed to catch up now with Thomas Faulkner, our race 1 winner, down in the pit lane with Claudio.
Cool.
Thomas, talk me through that race there. Apparently you and Mackie Adlam were busy rubbing each other there.
Yeah, definitely. Hey, I was out in the front. It was pretty easy going, and then Mackie came along and he found a lot of pace. He was really going for it. He got me, he overtook me, had me for about 2 laps, and then we ran into a little bit of traffic. I managed to pass him again, and I was defending very hard coming through corner 5 on the last lap, and I got a little bit of a love tap from Mackie. You know, if you're going to defend hard, you kind of, yeah, you know, these things can happen, and managed to keep it until the checkered flag. So yeah, my first win of the season. Pretty amped.
Awesome job, well done. All the best for race 2.
Awesome, thanks a lot.
Big welcome back here to the 20th running of the Passion for Speed Festival. Day 2 here just outside of Pretoria. Problems. Vaughan Hills being pushed to the sideline. That is not a good start. In a similar vein to what we just saw with Suzuki Albertson's Lotus Challenge. Looks like one of our top contenders having to be pulled to the sideline there with the number 11 car. Rugged SA entry has been pushed onto the rugged side of the inside of turn 3 as the big field of DOE quality parts, Formula V's, let me get my time in there quickly. Formula V's, proudly brought to you of course by Start My Car and DOE quality parts. Lendl Janssen will be on pole position. Alongside him will be Greg Wilson. Janssen with the new colours, of course, for the Bull Security team. Greg Wilson also with some new colours on that car by the looks of things. Behind them, Gert van den Berg in the DOE quality parts car, ahead of MD Bester. Those two in Raymer 2s. The first two cars, of course, are Forzas, the chassis that they run. Rugged SA, Peter Hills, looking good. Thumbs up from him. He's on the third row of the grid alongside his son Brandon. And then you've got the 7 car ahead of Vaughan Hills there, who would be, of course, in 8th place, but is now on the exit of turn 3. Theo Vermaak and Carl Watt ahead of Eric Boyens. It's Roy Douglas and Yanni Geyser, David Austin, Marcel Blichnout, Ernie Vermaak, and Clinton Kane that make up this field of Formula V, about to go to battle for the first time today. Carl Watt looked like he's ready to go as well. Just waiting for a green flag at the back of the grid. I think we're still waiting for one car to come. And I think it possibly may be Vaughan Hills who's got going again. Well, they're not going to wait for him. They're going to go into start procedure right now. Revs are up. Lights are about to go on. As soon as they go off, we go racing and down towards turn 1. It's a good start from Lendl Janssen. Great start from Greg Wilson. Greg Wilson looks like he might have got the whole shot into turn 1 as this big pack of 17 Formula V's head down into turn 2. It's Lendl Janssen ahead there of Greg Wilson. Wilson into Gert van den Berg's path, and van den Berg has got through into 2nd place. Wilson down to 3rd. The Hills boys go side by side coming out of turn 2, and it looks like Brandon just ahead of Peter as they came out. Yanni Geyser coming through there as well, just in the background. Watch out for him as he starts to make his way through and trying to get into that top 5 fight if he can. That's usually where the big battle happens here in DOE Formula V. Now they come down into the breaking point for turn 4 for the first time. 53 a bit further back there, not quite the start that Roy Douglas wanted. He wants to be a little bit higher up there, and he's starting to close things down. Speaking of closing down, here comes Wilson. Wilson on the inside. Gert van den Berg shuts the door. Right underneath that exhaust pipe and the gearbox of the Bull Security car of Lendl Janssen. And Janssen just hanging on for now. Beg your pardon, as they come out of turn 7, heading down the hill. Here we go for some late outbraking maneuvers, possibly. Yeah, it's very late on the brakes. Gert van den Berg had a big look but couldn't quite make it stick. And he's definitely looking dangerous as they cross the line and complete the first lap of 10. Van den Berg now applying pressure onto Lendl Janssen. Janssen soaking it up, no problem at all for him at the front end. Double victory at the previous round for him is definitely going to be a man to watch out for. And as they come out of the round at Bekisa here at Swartkops, these cars are incredibly good. And as you can see just how good the packs of cars are as they start to get into those little packs to hunt each other down and have their own little in-house fights. Possible change for the lead. No, Janssen sees it coming, but here comes Wilson on the inside for 2nd place. Nearly caught Gert van den Berg out there as they came through turn 4. Now heading to the top of the hill. Van den Berg going to go and put that car in the middle of the track, not to give Greg Wilson any opportunity to get through. Starting to close things down though, Brandon Hills and MD Bester. Not too far off the back end of this pack of 3 at the front. Bester, Hills and Hills looking for a chance to possibly close that gap down. Here we go, under brakes. Gert van den Berg very late on the brakes into turn 8, side by side with the 91. But Lionel Janssen just says, no, you're going to have to work harder than that to get through on me. And Wilson says, yes, this is hard, you have to work. Coming into turn 1, going to try and do the same thing, and nearly getting up the inside there of Gert van der Berg. Very tight stuff between the two of them. Now on the brakes as they go into turn 2. It was Van der Berg on the inside line, so he was just able to hang on to that inside line and block the road for Greg Wilson to try and attempt the move up the inside. Very lucky to survive that one was Gert van der Berg, because Wilson had some big intentions there. Now they go on to the back straight. 2 cars coming in the background there are Andy Vester and Brandon Hills by the looks of things. Flying through there, and MD Vester just behind Brandon Hills as they came up onto the back end of those top 3. They've left Peter in the background just a little bit. Now we saw this earlier on from Lotus. Can you drive around the outside in a Formula V? Gert van der Berg is going to try. He gets onto the rumble strip. Yes, you can. Oh, he must have been watching our live stream coverage and saw what Mackie Adlam did to Thomas Falconer and said, let me give that a try. Oh, there's a move that can be pulled off in a Formula V as well. So Gert van der Berg now is in the lead of this race with Lionel Janssen all over the back of him, looking to return the favour as soon as possible. And complete another lap in anger here for DOE Formula Vs. Great race action as per usual here in the Formula Vs. It's the four-wheel version of 600cc Superbike Championship racing. There's no doubt about it. These single-seater boys put on a fantastic show. And it's always so evenly matched. These boys putting down in the 111s at this point in time for the first 4 cars on track. And there's literally half a second between them. Here we go. I'm going to say this is the Adlam move around the outside, but it's the Van den Berg move in Formula V. You can see a little bit of room being given by the inside line there from Lionel Janssen. He goes for a... Oh man, so close. Very tight between the two of them as they come into turn 6, but he eventually makes it stick into turn 6 and secures that position. And that's definitely something that can be worked up. It's changed up again. Lionel Janssen has hit the front again. Can you believe this? They are chopping and changing at the front end here, as per usual in Formula V. And it can be anybody to take the final victory. Janssen's pulled a small margin. It's about a car length. But he's almost instantaneously caught again by Wilson on the brakes. Wilson to second. Third place now, Gert van der Berg. Hills and MD Bester have joined the party. 5-way fight for the lead. Now they climb on the brakes once again for turn 2. Wilson trying to bridge that gap ever so slightly, but he can't just do it yet. He's got Van den Berg right on his tail. They've opened up another margin again, about a car length yet again on MD Bester and Brandon Hills. Hills and Bester right behind them. Here we go. Change up for the lead, possibly into turn 4. Good drive from Wilson. Has he got what it takes on the brakes into 4? Yes, he has. They're side by side, almost touching wheels. Very close to touching wheels there. And in fact, again, so close. If you touch wheels in open wheel cars like this, they usually end up flying through the air. And now we're seeing Greg Wilson trying the outside line. His grip out there. If you get it right, you can make it stick. But Lionel Janssen was well aware of what could happen. And this time did not allow it to happen for a second time. He had a bit of deja vu there. He was not going to let it happen for the second time. Janssen from Wilson. Wilson from Van den Berg. Further back, it looks like Brandon Hills now with big pressure from MD Bester. The 2 Titan premium car care cars starting to close in here on the back end of the top 3. Lost a little bit of ground on that last pass. 6th place still Peter Hills. Theo Vermaak just behind him as he comes across the line. Vermaak there for DOE quality parts as well. See those DOE colors on those cars as they come through here. Very awesome stuff. As it looks like Brandon Hills is starting to bridge that gap now onto the back end of the 3rd place car of Gert van der Berg. Top 2 fighting hard. Janssen goes defensive into turn 4, holds that inside line. This time he's going to force Wilson around the outside and on the high side of turn 4. Compromise his drive ever so slightly. Now place his Bull security car right in the middle of the track. Only way to go is to go around. And Wilson tried that earlier on, couldn't make it stick. He's now going to try and cut back on him. He cut backs on the inside. He's on the inside for turn 6. Oh, so close. No, that was incredibly close between those 2 wheels. Back right and front left of the 1st and 2nd cars almost touching. And because of that, they've just slowed each other up, and now all 5 cars are right there again. Brilliant stuff from Formula V again. Halfway stage reached, and just over the halfway as we complete lap 6. Coming across the line, here we go. Unbelievable action here from Formula V. They always put on a phenomenal show as they come down onto the brakes again for turn 2. MD Bester putting the pressure onto Hills. Hills applying the pressure onto Van den Berg, who does the same thing to Wilson. 4 cars behind, all looking for a chance to take the lead now from Lendl Janssen in the Bull security car. Looks like the top 2 have just opened up a little breathing room there between the third place car of Gert Van den Berg. Van den Berg now going defensive on Hills and MD Bester. Brandon Hills, good drive out of turn 4, trying to stick there with Gert Van den Berg and goes exactly where he goes. Round the outside, Wilson again on Lendl Janssen. Watch for the cutback this time, he might be able to get a stick. Yes, he has. He's gone on the inside line. Can he make it stick into turn 6? It's close again. This time he's a little bit further up the field, and there's going to be a really, really close battle through turn 7. They are side by side down towards turn 8. Janssen on the inside should have what it takes to take the line and make it easier for him, but he doesn't. He has to go defensive to try and keep out the attack coming from Gert Van den Berg, who runs onto the dirty stuff. A new leader, Greg Wilson, hits the front for the first time. Lendl Janssen now down a second, and on his tail is Gert Van den Berg. Behind that, the 2 waiting to pick up any pieces in Brandon Hills and MD Bester. The Titan boys are right there, and they are looking for a chance to be at the front by the end of this one. But they've got to try and get a little bit of extra pace to catch Lendl Janssen and now Greg Wilson, who's opened up about a car length. Wilson has put his head down and decided, let's hit this out of the way and get out of harm's way here. They're about to complete lap number 8 of 10. Half a lap to go to do that. Oh, problems, MD Bester slowing. MD Bester seems to be slowing, or was it Brandon Hills? It was one of the 2 Titan cars who seemed to be slowing out of turn 4. Wilson under pressure from Janssen. It's 33, Brandon Hills. MD Bester in 4th place. Hills slowing dramatically. Problems there for Brandon Hills. Something's gone wrong. Now on the brakes for turn 8. Into G&H Transport corner, and it's Wilson who hangs on. Lendl Janssen on his tail. Gert Van den Berg right there too, and a big gap now to MD Bester. It would have been Brandon Hills, but of course he's now dropped back. A lap or so from now, the checkered flag will come out. In fact, 2 laps from now. This is the penultimate lap that they've just started. Wilson, Janssen, Van den Berg, and Bester. Bester's not out of it yet. If something goes wrong with those first 3, he's still got a chance. That's why he's hanging in there. And you can see just how... Oh, look how hard he's trying. Lendl Janssen on the dirt. Oh, there's a touch. A massive touchdown into turn 4. Lendl Janssen coming off the dirt, and he slams straight into Greg Wilson. Janssen into the barrier, Wilson into the barrier. The 2 drivers out of this one, and unfortunately out of the race as well. I was just saying MD Bester has got a chance if something goes wrong, and that's exactly what happened. Kind of expected that with the kind of racing we've seen today. Gert Van den Berg has possibly been gifted a victory here if he can keep it all together for a lap and a corner. As they come down on the brakes to turn 8, let's catch our breaths there. It is Gert Van den Berg now who leads out. Have a look at this. Lendl Janssen gets forced onto the grass. He tries to bring it back onto the track, but there's no room being given there by Greg Wilson, and he tags the back. Front right and back left wheels tagging, and that sends Wilson slamming into the kitty litter and into the barrier. And Lendl Janssen tries to avoid the barrier. He just cannot turn the car in time, and he ends up in the tires as well. So it's a Bull security car of Lendl Janssen and Greg Wilson who have ended up in the kitty litter and in the tire barriers and the exit of turn 4. They're heading up there now. There'll be yellow flags for these 2, so there'll be no opportunity for MD Bester to overtake just yet. But he's still got 2 opportunities to have a go here. Can MD Bester steal this from Gert Van den Berg? They head to the top of the hill for the final time in anger. Green flags at the top means that overtaking is now able to be done, but I don't think MD Bester is going to be getting them. Out of turn 6, Gert Van den Berg hangs on now, possibly for the win. It was one that was gifted to him. It didn't look like he was going to be able to catch the 2 in front unless something went wrong, and it did. And that's going to give him a victory here ahead of MD Bester and Peter Hills. Flag is out, and Gert Van den Berg takes the first win of the day there for the DOE Quality Parts Volkswagen Raymer 2. Peter Hills is going to get 3rd place, a gifted one for him as well as he comes through there for Rugged SA. He's going to finish up behind MD Bester, his stablemate, as they come through there for the top 3. Behind them, Theo Vermaak is going to finish up, I think. No, just behind them, it's the 7 car coming through. And Theo Vermaak just ahead of that. 11 car of Vaughan Hills eventually got back on track and got going. It was the car that we were waiting for as we went to the start procedure, and a good recovery there from Vaughan Hills to still finish up in single digits, down in 9th place, or in 8th place actually, ahead of Kyle Watt and Marcel Buchnout. It's a confirmation of the top three. Kat van den Berg, as we're watching 64 Yanni Geyser come down and to complete his race. He takes the checkered flag just ahead there of Clinton Kane. But Greg Wilson and Lennell Janssen out of that with a massive, massive moment down into turn 4. I'm going to ask Paul if he can get it once again to have a look at it one more time before we wrap things up here. But it is Kat van den Berg, MD Bester and Peter Hills who have taken the top 3 honours for the first race of DOE Formula V's here at the 20th running of the Passion for Speed Festival. Let's have a look at that. You can see it's Lennell Janssen who just tries to go around the outside. He puts all 4 wheels almost onto the dirt, and as he tries to come back, he just tags the back of Greg Wilson, who didn't even see him on that outside line. He was expecting to come on the inside, and then Wilson just got sent as the front and back wheels tagged on those 2 cars, and they both ended up slamming into the side of the tyre barriers. Lennell Janssen, unfortunately, the man possibly at fault there. Trying to drive around the outside of the back straight on the grass doesn't normally work, and it put the 2 cars out of contention and out of the race, giving the victory to Kat van den Berg ahead of MD Bester and Peter Hills. That's the kind of Formula V action we've seen all day. We're going to see some more of it later on in the day as our final race of the day at about 5 to 4. Come and join us for that. As we now go to a small break in proceedings, we'll wait and see if we get some interviews down in the pit lane in a few minutes' time. After an awesome race in the DOE Formula V's, let's catch up now with Kat van den Berg, your race 1 winner.
Kat van den Berg, you had the best seat in the house there.
Yeah, I think it was a good seat to have. From the beginning I knew it was going to be close, and it was quite some tight racing. And then I saw the move coming and I thought, it's closing. I'm not sure if they're going to make it. And unfortunately, yeah, looks like they're both okay and the cars are not too bad, so they'll be back in the second race. But yeah, good for us, good for the championship, good points. And yeah, thanks to our sponsors, DOE and Start My Car. I think it was an awesome race.
All the best for race 2, mate.
Thanks, man.
Keep your nose clean.
We're going to try.
Claudio's down in pit lane as well to catch up with Greg Wilson to take us through that incident at turn 4.
Greg Wilson, talk us through that incident between you and Lendl.
Yeah, we are having a great race, close racing, and I think the red mist just came down and took a line that wasn't there. I stayed on the outside, in the racing line all the way around, and Lendl came on the grass and unfortunately clipped me, and we went off into the kitty litter, ruining our race. Unfortunate.
Plans for race 2 now?
Well, fortunately we qualify on your second fastest qualifying lap. So I'm second on the grid, so at least I'm not going to be penalised from that, but I got some work to do on the car. It's pretty damaged to get it up and running for race 2.
Cool, all the best.
Thank you.
Once again, a look there at that incident we've just been talking about with Greg Wilson. Getting a little bit out of shape as he gets tagged by Lendl Janssen trying to drive around the outside on the grass into turn 4. Didn't quite work out. As you heard from Greg Wilson, a little bit of work to be done now to get that car ready for race 2 later today. All this action now from the second Historic Pursuit Series, proudly brought to you by Charlie's Super Spa. And there you can see our starters waiting to go at the exit of pit lane. Just to give you a heads up, it was exactly right as we called it after round one on race one. Rob Clark from Wynand du Plessis Senior and Rian Roux taking the overall. The breakouts there going, of course, to Hendrik van Zyl, Bert van Aal, Lauren van Aal and Gary Stacey. They'll be watching themselves here in the second heat. And then, of course, in terms of the classes, Wynand du Plessis, Clive Winterstein and Althea Pretorius taking the modified fine cars, and the trophy cars went to Rian Roux, Tian van Rooyen and Heinrich Norton. The challenge now, of course, is to get it all right for the second time. And if we look at the way things have gone, slightly quicker breakout times now expected because the conditions are a little bit better, although we have got a little bit more wind pickup here, as you would have seen in the break, with the flags flying just above our control tower and where we're sitting in terms of commentary here at Swartkops. If you've just joined us for the first time today, we are on day 2 of the Passion for Speed Festival here at Swartkops International Raceway, the arena of motorsport. And it's going to be Rob Clark who will set the pace as he goes off into the battlefield for the first time. 7 seconds later, Lauren van Aal will follow him in the 1969 Ford Escort Mark 1. That is a Citroen GS 1220 Club. And you'll see on the side, it says Clark and his A-plus blood group, but also says Sarel. And the reason for that is Sarel van der Merwe actually had an opportunity to drive one of these Citroens in production cars in the 60s and 70s. Lauren van Aal in second place. She'll be making her way around the circuit to try and stay with the Citroen as much as possible. About 40-odd seconds later, we should see Clive Winterstein in the Porsche 356A make his way onto the track for the first time as well. And then it's literally between 5 to 10 seconds between each of the rest of the cars. There goes Winterstein. 1957 356A Porsche. One of many in his stable. Good to see him yesterday in the Alva Porsche in the historic single-seaters as well. This is a handicapped version of racing, so if you've never seen this before, just to explain it quickly once again, the slowest car leads off first, and once the calculations that the organisers have been put together, what they do is they calculate that everybody should be able to cross the start-finish line, or the finish line, at the same time. So basically going backwards in their calculations to work out what these guys and girls can do in terms of lap times. And speaking of girls, there goes Michelle Smith in the Nissan Skyline. 2.8 GT from 1982. And if they work their calculations correct, all the cars should cross the line at the same time. But what you have to take into account, of course, is overtaking opportunities, like we're seeing here from Bert van Aal, trying to get through there on the Nissan Exa of Althea Pretorius. I don't see a lot of Nissan Exas racing around the world, I can tell you that much. I don't see a lot of them racing here in South Africa, other than that one that I can remember. Wynand du Plessis Senior, our race 1 winner. He's now looking for a chance to possibly take it a double on the day. He doesn't want to break out. Now, when I say break out, each of the drivers have allocated themselves a breakout time, which they may not go faster than. So their best time is, say for instance, with, let's see, we're going to pick up on here and I'll give you an indication. So if we look at Lauren van Aal there, as we follow her through turn 4, her best time in qualifying and practice was a 1:33.7. So she has allocated a 1:32.8 as her breakout time, because she'll probably go a little bit quicker now with conditions being a bit better than this morning. Hotter track conditions and of course hotter ambient conditions around the circuit as well will make sure that the car goes a bit quicker. And of course you're in the heat of the race, so the adrenaline factor comes into play as well. Du Plessis Senior there in the Porsche 944, already closed in and passed her. Going to be closing in now to close the gap down there to Rob Clark. And Clark allocated a 1:34 or 1:33.7 after his best lap time was a 1:34.6. So he's going to try and stay within that bracket over the next 8 laps of action. The scratch car is that one there of Rian Roux. He's got dual duties to do. He's going to be racing now to try and take the win in the second heat here of Charlie's Super Spa Historic Pursuit Series, and then he'll go into pit lane, top up the fuel, and come straight back onto track to see if he can go and fight it out with the historic Saloons, which he also participates in straight after this one. So Ru's got to catch and pass all of those slower cars in front of him, and then catch and pass them again. .922 coming through there. A nice move there from the 924 of Tian van Rooyen. Beg your pardon, that's Heinrich Norton. There's two 924s out there, got to get the right one. And very similar colours on the two of them as well. So it is Tian van Rooyen and Heinrich Norton piloting those two. The 501 didn't quite have it go his own way there in the first one. He actually ended up parking on the sideline right at that point that he's at right now. So that's a lot more laps he's pulled in for Hendrik Kinsale there in the Lotus 501 Elite. His breakout is a 127.3. Second fastest car was the 91 of Andre Hutting. His Mercedes-Benz 190E from 1987 has got past and through on the lead car of Rob Clark. He's got to do it all again now. And he's got 5 laps to do that in. Took him 3 laps to catch and pass Rob in the first attempt, so he should be close to about 4.5 to 5 laps to do it the second time. This handicap form of racing only really starts to get exciting with about 2 or 3 laps to go. So in about a lap or so's time, we'll start to see the lead cars being caught by the slightly quicker ones behind them. The mid-pack cars trying to get to the front of the slower ones and possibly spoil the day there for the quicker cars at the back. F190 coming into turn 5 now in the hands of Andre Hutting. Porsches, haven't seen the Marauder out there of Willem van Niekerk. I'm not quite sure if that made it out onto track as well. Team Gunston colours of Marauder. Doesn't look like it's back on track. There is a man who actually took the win at the checkered flag. And unfortunately, Bad Van Aal was caught out by breaking out of his allotted time for race 1. So he gets disqualified. Althea Pretorius going really nicely here in her Nissan Nexa. One of our 3 ladies involved in this category of racing. I mentioned it in race 1, but of course, I mentioned it once again if you've just joined us and haven't seen this kind of racing before. You don't necessarily have to put a roll cage into these cars, although most of them have got roll cages in. But in the version that I got a chance to race in, we actually raced without roll cages. You can take a normal road-going car, as long as it's falling within the age category of the cars that you're allowed to drive. You can actually go and take your road car off the track, off the road, and put it onto the track and actually race it here in the Historic Pursuit Series. There's the Marauder. Thought we might see it closing onto the back end of that Lotus Elite. Willem van Niekerk in that Team Gunston Marauder going on the inside of the Lotus. Lucky Strike colours on the Lotus and Gunston colours there on the Marauder. So Rob Clark leads out. He is halfway through. Onto his 5th lap of racing action now, about to come and complete that one. So it should be pretty soon that we start to see the quicker cars closing in on those lead cars. Althea Pretorius still in 4th place, trying to close down on Winterstein. And Clive still hasn't found a way to catch and pass Lauren Van Aal just yet. Watch out for Bad Van Aal closing in too. We heard from him that he changed up from what was originally his car, the Lotus Elite, now into this little MX-5. There is Van Aal, Lauren Van Aal, Althea, Winterstein, Bad Van Aal. That's how things are starting to close up there. And just ahead of them, not too far up the road, should be Rob Clark in the Citroen. Five out of 8 completed now for the lead cars. Althea closing in on Lauren. Winterstein closing on both of the ladies in front of him. 924 dives up the inside of Tian van Rooyen and gets through on the Lotus. Trying to follow through on the 944 just ahead and looking out for the Mercedes-Benz on his tail. move there from the Mercedes-Benz to get through. Michelle Smith just in the background, also about to come up and pass the Lotus Elite. Nissan Skyline in that mid-pack in the hands of Michelle Smith. A very quick car. And there it is, closing in. But here comes Rian Roux, the scratch car. Diving through on both of them. Michelle will probably duck in behind the Sirocco and go with him if she can. There's second fastest car. There's about fifth fastest car, and the last scratch car, the fastest car of this pack, coming through the field rapidly now with 2.5 laps to go. 2 laps for Rob Clark as he comes across the line. Seasoned campaigner in this category is Rob Clark in that Citroen. Althea just behind him, trying to close that gap down over the next 2 laps. See how hard Rob is pushing that car. Body roll pretty hectic on it. But hey, this stage still hanging on for a potential win here. And still looking for a chance to stay within his allotted breakouts. Having a look at those breakouts now, it's probably important to look at them at this point in time. He's currently lapping in the 35.5s and he's allowed to go 33.7, so he's well within time. The Nissan Exa, Althea Pretorius allocated to 27.1 and she's doing 27.7s, also within her allotted lap times. And then just behind that, the Porsche of Winterstein is looking at 28.2s and he's doing 30. So first 3 cars have not broken out just yet. Important to watch out for whether these cars are going to have to break out. Because here comes Duplessis Senior, Van Rooyen, Heine's in there as well, Norton, and also looking out to watch for Rian Roux and Andre Hutting coming from the back. Althea closing in now on Rob Clark with 2 corners and a lap to go. Althea Pretorius definitely going to be in with a chance here of spoiling the day for Rob Clark. She's got a lap to go, and if she can get Rob Clark within at least the last corner or the first corner, might be able to hang on. Clark crosses the line to start the final lap, and he still leads on that final lap, but he's about to be caught and passed by the Nissan Exa of Althea Pretorius as they're going to turn 1. In the background, Winterstein is about to be hunted down big time by the Porsche of Wynand du Plessis Sr., the Mercedes-Benz of Andre Hutting, and Rian Roux. I kind of thought it might be a bit closer in terms of the calculations here. In race number 2, it usually is. And you can see that there's, well, she hasn't found a way through just yet, has Althea. Winterstein, Hutting, du Plessis Sr. So Hutting's got through on the Porsche. Let's have a look and see what Hutting's times were like. He did a 19 on the last pass. His best has been an 18 dead. And Hutting is allowed to do 17.3, so he's in his times. He's got du Plessis Sr. on his tail. Du Plessis Sr. in the 944 is allowed to do he's doing 19.4s as his best lap, and he's allowed to do 19 deads. So they are well within their allotted times. The Mercedes-Benz in for a chance of a win here if he can find a way through on Althea Pretorius in the next 4 corners. He was the second fastest car on track. He's about to get through on the 4th slowest car, or 5th slowest car, and takes the lead of the race. Perfect timing there, and almost within the right time to make it all cross the line at the same time. They were 2 corners short of getting that right. Wynand du Plessis Sr. is going to come through for 2nd place. I think we're going to see Althea Pretorius hang on for 3rd, but the Mercedes-Benz takes the win. 2nd place to the Porsche. So it is Andre Hutting to take the win over Wynand du Plessis Sr. And then in 3rd place, top drive coming out of Althea Pretorius to win things out over the rest of that pack of the Charlie's Super Spa Pursuit Series categories. Lauren Vanal possibly going to be caught here by Michelle Smith, or is she? To the line. Just hangs on to beat the Nissan and be the 2nd lady across the line. So it's Andre Hutting who takes the win over Wynand du Plessis Sr. And then it's Althea Pretorius in 3rd place. Just have a quick squiz one more time at their allotted lap times. We've got an 18 dead out of the Mercedes-Benz, and what was he allowed to do? He was allowed to do 17.3s. So he will not have broken out. The Porsche of Wynand du Plessis Sr. is allowed to do a 19 dead. We did a 19.4, which is also within the time, and Althea Pretorius was able to do 27.1s, and she did a 27.7. So top 3 overall should stay as it is right there on the left-hand side of your screen for the 2nd heat of Charlie's Super Spa Pursuit Series. Another exciting Charlie Superspa Historic Pursuit Series comes to a close, and without his breakout being broken, he's going to catch up now with our race 1 winner down in the pit lane with Claudio. Let's catch up with Mr. Hutting.
Well, car's going fine.
Cool, and when's your next race? How's things going to happen now?
I'm unsure about the program. I think the next race is Daisy. I don't think I'll be attending. Pity.
Talk me about your car. What made you choose this car?
It's a Mercedes-Benz. No, this is the 2.3 16 valve. We converted it to a 2.5. So it's got all the horses. It's a race-proven engine. They used it in DTM back in the 80s, and it's always been a classic car for me. It's fun to race one.
Awesome job, well done.
Thanks a lot.
Yeah, awesome to see that E90 going at it to 190E. And of course, that was a car that was also piloted at one stage by the late great Ayrton Senna during the DTM times that he was just speaking about. Up next, we head to pre-80 historic saloons. They'll be making their way out to the track any second now. Until then, we'll leave you with the sights and sounds of Swartkops here for the 20th anniversary of the Passion for Speed Festival. Race action now from the pre-80 historic saloons. It's race 2 action on day 2 of the 20th anniversary of the Passion for Speed Festival. Torino Toyota leading them out on a warm-up lap. It's a rolling start for this category. Rudolph de Vos and Roy Campos ahead of Bailey, and looking for a chance now to be at the front end there will definitely be Sief Fourie Jr. Jan van Vuur and his teammate just behind that, with Yanni van Nooyen alongside him. Johan Smith just tucked in between those two. And then you've got Mike O'Sullivan, Andre Tenapel, and Richard Pott. He particularly turned his luck around after the first one. Didn't quite go according to plan there for the Porsche driver. He's got Rene van Rensburg there with him too. Sophus Pantassis in the 240Z. Tony London out there as well, pushing hard to try and get to the front of Class E. And he'll be fighting with Rion Roux as well as Vanna Kotzer. Look out for Steve Pickery and Cor Kronvogel to go at it again. Andre Danhauser in the Pro Auto Rubber Toyota Corona will be up there as well, pushing hard alongside Gosman Simpson, Rian Jacobs, George Smallberger, and Jan Jacobs at the back of the pack. 10 laps of action coming away. And expect to see, I think, a bit more of a battle between Campos and De Vos. We heard from Rudolf De Vos just how hard Roy Campos was working him. And I think Campos might be looking for more of the same here in race 2. Peter Bailey would like to be in there with him, but he had to fend off the intentions coming out of the 3 Mazdas and right in the closing stages from Yanni van Rooyen as well in the Sirocco. Toyota 86 with the left-hand indicator making its way back in the pit box. It's now De Vos to set the pace. This massive pack, and what an array of vehicles in the pre-80 historic saloons. The pole man waiting to just hit that hammer and drop it as soon as he can. As the lights go out, we go racing. Down towards turn 1, it is De Vos who gets the whole shot. Good move there from Dion van Vuren to get ahead of Mike O'Sullivan. Rene van Rensburg around the outside of Pott as they go into turn 2, closing in on Andre Tenapel as well. But as they come under braking, it is the usual contenders 1, 2, and 3. And Seferi Jr. right there with Peter Bailey. The Capella of Johan Smith keeping out both Yanni van Rooyen and Dion van Vuren. Sean Hepburn running in AA colours, I beg your pardon. It was similar colours to what I saw earlier on, so apologies for that, Sean. I thought you were part of that Pro Auto Rubber team, but AA colours there on Sean Hepburn's car as he goes side by side in the background. Tenapel under attack now from Vakamides. Equimoli Porsche dives through there on the second of the Siroccos. Late braking from Campos in the RSR. Tries to close things down. Look at this. Ferry Jr. side by side looking to dive on the inside, and his teammate doing the same thing there to Yanni van Rooyen. Almost identical maneuvers from both of the Hoosier R100s. And have they paid off? Yes, they have. Ferry Jr.'s got ahead of Bailey. Bailey comes back at him in the Porsche, though, down onto the brakes into turn 8. He's got the inside line, and he forces Jr. onto the outside. Sideways, and almost wheels on the dirt. Jan van Vuren, I think, might have made his one stick just in the background there, the second of the Hoosier R100s. But no luck there for Seferi Jr. He had the lead for about 600 meters. And then Bailey returned the favor in the magenta Porsche. Coming out of turn 3, it's the Capella of Smith. Then it's Van Vuren with Yanni van Rooyen on his tail. Pott, O'Sullivan, Vakamides, Tenapel, Rene van Rensburg, Sophus Pantassis. Then you've got the hard-charging Rion Roux. Roux, of course, has just come, as we've just seen now, out of the historic Pursuit Series. And he is now looking to try and close things down there on John Simpson. Once again, Campos on the brakes into turn 5. Closes right underneath the big wing of the little Chevy. Can't find a way past on it. As we saw all of race 1, Campos' ability is basically hindered by the fact that he's just got a lack of power against this big V8. He's still looking for a class win, of course, in his own category, but he's having to try and take the overall win here from a very, very fast car. Bailey fighting hard as well, watching those rearview mirrors to see if he can keep up the intentions coming out of Seferi Jr. O'Sullivan all over the back of Van Vuren now. Big Chevy SS. He has a dive on the inside from the Porsche on Van Rooyen. The SS on the R100. Big move there for Maiko. Nearly made it stick. Van Rooyen's got through on the Porsche. The Porsche looking to come back at him now. Richard Pott in the second or third of the RSR Porsches out there. The fourth one is a Vakamides. Bit of a Porsche Cup at the front end here with a couple of Mazdas thrown into the mix. And of course that big Chevy SS as well of Mike O'Sullivan. Chevy Can-Am at the front, Chevy all the way down in 9th place. So the top 8 cars split by the 2 Chevys. 4 of them are Porsches, 3 of them are Mazdas. And you got a little Volkswagen Sirocco chucked into the mix as well. It's the cars to kind of be in this category. Rudolf De Vos is keeping Sylvia very happy at this point in time. Crosses the line and completes another lap of the 10 that are required to finish this one. It's lap 2 that they've just completed onto lap 3 now. Johan Smith pulling away now from Pot. Pot trying to do the same thing ahead of Van Rooyen and Van Vuren. Johan Smith unfortunately just lost the toe there to the back of that second pack. Onto the brakes and down into turn 8. Problems for Siofri Senior. Senior pulling into pit lane as we went to that shot. And now we watch Rene van Rensburg trying to get onto the back end of Andre Ten Second of the Siroccos into turn 2 on his tail. And trying to close him down in the Mark II Escort is Rene van Rensburg. That's the battle for 11th and 12th place, just outside the top 10. Marco and Vakaminis. That's the battle we're just talking about now. Just in the background, picking up on that 240Z of Sophos Pantassis. 3rd, 4th, 5th place at this point in time for Pantassis in Class D. Class B, it's all about that man who's just completed another lap, Rudolf de Vos. He leads out overall. He also leads out the Class B battle here in Pre-80 Saloons. Bailey still maintaining a little bit of a margin over Siofri Jr. Into the brakes and down into turn 2. The magenta Porsche out of Bailey cars just hanging on for potential 3rd overall. It's 2nd in Class B. And of course Siofri Jr. is fighting for those Class B honours. Campos has lost a little bit of toe there to De Vos's Chevy. So you've got the lead car in Class B, 3rd and 4th in Class B, and 2nd place on the road is a Class A competitor. This is Gossman fighting now with Simpson. Sonny versus Julia. Mark II Escort, Mark 1 Escort of Smallberger in there too. Hepburn versus Pickering in the foreground there. Simpson on the inside of the Sonny of Andy Gossman. Makes it sick relatively easily. Tom Simpson was involved in the Little Giants battles yesterday, and he's in the background. Watch out for the leaders. Sideways once again from De Vos as he came into turn 8, and now with lots of traffic. This is exactly what Roy Campos was hoping for. He gets forced onto the high line, and now around the outside of the 2 slower cars as they go down into turn 2. Simpson will hold that inside line, and De Vos is going to slide out of turn 2, putting big rubber down with the little Chev. Oh, he's enjoying this. He is loving it. Campos was hoping that traffic would slow him down. He's got a bit more to deal with. He's coming up on the back end of Funk there in the Mark II Escort. It might be Alani Funk in that car now. She's closing in on Hepburn and Pickering. Just going to wait and see if we get a shot of the driver in that Ford Escort Mark II. And he comes through there just lighting the back end of the Chev up. He's loving life in this big Chevy. Well, it's a little Chevy, but it's a big power car. Gets through on Funk, comes through around the outside of Pickering. We didn't see Pickering in the Pursuit Series. That little 914 Porsche is normally a good little car in the Pursuit Series. We got 4 to go. 6 down, 4 to go, and Campos. Ooh, Pickering didn't see Campos. Pickering went for the overtaking maneuver into turn 1. He didn't see Campos coming. That could have ended up in tears. He's got through on Sean Hepburn, but Roy Campos very lucky to survive that. Steve Pickering did not see Campos coming, and as he went for the overtaking maneuver, he had to make Roy Campos take a little bit of evasive action. There comes a move from Pot trying to get through there on Smith. Mazda Capella versus the 911 RSR Porsche. And behind them, looking to close things down there, not too far off the back end is Yannick van Rooyen. So it's rotary power in the Capella. Flat 6 Porsche. All over the back of that one. And in the background, a little 1800cc. Have a look at this. Pickering pulls out, goes for the overtaking maneuver, and Campos very lucky to avoid that. That could have ended up in big tears there. Not what Campos was expecting. But fortunately, he's got the skills. And speaking of skills, starting to showboat a bit more than before. I think those tires might be a bit tired. Oh, big maneuver out of turn 2. The 43 car there out of shape. Tony London in his Datsun got that one all wrong and ended up on the dirty stuff on the outside of turn 2. Lucky to get back on track though and continues racing. There we go, sliding out of turn 3 onto the back straight, closing in on London, who's just had an off-track excursion. Just taking his time, doesn't have to rush the overtakes. He's got the additional power to get him on the straight. Oh, those tyres are tired. Look at the black stuff being laid down all the time now by Rudolf de Vos. Dion van Vuren coming up the inside of one of the back markers. Jacobs waves him through. Tells him to go around the outside. He'll give him some room. He does that. Van Vuren cuts back and tries to stay ahead there. Van Vuren at this point in time fighting with Mike O'Sullivan. Another lap to be completed here by Rudolf de Vos. It's going to be 8 of 10 done now, 2 to go. I think Campos has realised he's not going to catch him. He's going to settle for the win in Class A, double win in Class A for him. And just let Rudolf de Vos enjoy himself out there with the very tail-happy little Chevy. Hepburn coming up on Fonk. I think Fonk actually might have got through there on Hepburn. Here comes the Capella trying to get back at Pot. Johan Smith closing down on Richard Pot. Wants to return the favour and get ahead of that Porsche. Pickering goes through there ahead of Fonk. Here comes Hepburn, Pot, Smith and Van Rooyen. Pot goes around the outside of Hepburn as he closes down and locks up the Porsche's brakes into turn 2, back to the leader. Little Chevy with 2 corners and a lap to go. Sylvia's had a great outing this weekend and Rudolf de Vos will be very happy with her performance, I'm sure. Across the line and another lap completed, 1 to go. Campos with the entire straight now behind. He's just rolled off and is going to enjoy the last lap here of his outing at the Passion for Speed Festival. Some good battles yesterday did Roy Campos, and he's had another good one in the first heat. First part of the second heat as well there with Rudolf de Vos, but then he's just settled for that second spot and the win in Class A. Tass is about to be caught and passed now by the lead car. So it looks like the lead car is going to come right up to possibly even 11th place, lapping the entire field of almost 33 cars. That's an incredible outing there for Rudolf de Vos. Safas Pantassis has enjoyed all of the action all day long as well in that 240Z. Watching the quicker cars come through on him. The car's now about to be caught and passed again. A couple of guys that might just survive and not have to do an extra lap. There's the big Chevy, or the little Chevy. Lights it up one more time and takes the win in race 2 for Pre-80 Saloons. He takes Class B's win, and overall, second place in Class B is going to be this man, Peter Bailey, for Bailey Cars in his magenta Porsche. Coming through for second place ahead of Siafari Jr. He'll take 4th overall and 3rd in Class B. Roy Campos coming through for second will take, of course, Class A honours ahead of Richard Pott and Johan Smith, who are coming down the line now. Here they come. Onto the brakes, we've got Charles Smallberger that we're following through, but just in the background is 2nd and 3rd for Class A. Here they come. And Smith tried hard, but Pott just beat him to the line. Danny Van Rooyen in the yellow Sirocco will be winning out Class D honours. And just behind him will be Dion van Vuren in the second of those R100 Mazdas. In fact, it's Pickering going through first, I beg your pardon. Then Dion van Vuren. So if we look at the way things end up there for the classes, Rudolf de Vos, Peter Bailey and Siafari Jr. Class B. Class A, it's Campos from Pott and Johan Smith. Class D, Yannick van Rooyen beats out Mike O'Sullivan and Andre Tenapel. Class C is Dion van Vuren, George Avakamides. And Class E, Rion Roux, Tony London and Steve Pickering. With Class F going to Charles Smallberger and Willem Fonk. Andy Gossman takes Class G. It brings us to the end of the day's racing and the end of the coverage there for Pre-80 Historic Saloons. So we got Roy Campos standing by with Claudio down in pit lane after his win in the previous GTs.
Roy, that was quite a good race you had there with the fast. You caught him, and then he just seemed to back off a bit. Did you have a problem?
No, Claudio, no problem. But I think I was just unlucky this time around to catch the back markers in the wrong places. And I caught him twice in the corner. You got to wait. And he caught you on the straights with the horsepower. You lost no time. On those 2 laps, I just lost too much time. I stayed with him. I mean, 600 horsepower, 600 horsepower. You know, and there's nothing can beat a V8. You know, we got a full flat 6. But proud of the performance of the car. We managed a 107.6, which is unbelievable. I've never been that low. Even my son Keegan will be quite proud of that. You know, but good race. I mean, obviously these guys race a lot together. They respect the fast cars, and everyone just seem to stay on their racing lines. It's a fantastic day. You know, I mean, pity about the spectators, but we're doing what we can.
Awesome job, Roy. Thanks for the awesome spectacle.
Pleasure, Claudia, and thanks for Swart Corps for putting up a show in these dangerous COVID times.
Awesome to always catch up there with Roy Campos. So we'll be catching up with a couple more drivers later in the day. We've still got 3 more heats of race action to come your way. And next up will be Bridgestone's BMW Car Club Racing Series. Continued action now from the day 2 of Passion for Speed Festival's 20th anniversary here at Swart Corps Raceway, just west of Pretoria in Gauteng, South Africa. If you joined us for the first time, a big welcome to everybody on our live stream feed via Facebook and YouTube. That's Jagger Robertson, youngest driver ever in this Bridgestone BMW Car Club Racing Series. I think he's only about 14 or 15 years age, and definitely has made a big impact to this category. You'll see as we make our way down there, Trevor Long, seasoned campaigner in this class as well, has spent a lot of time in BMWs. The roof surgeon man doing a super job, and usually a big contender at the front end. We are under starters orders now, which means the Pretoria North Toyota 86 will lead them out as the pace car. But looking at the pace that was set from the second fastest lap times, it is, of course, Jackie Schechter, who was on pole position there in the 3.5 CSL Batmobile out of Pablo Clark Racing and NGK. Willem Einkamera alongside him, was alongside our pole man in the first heat as well. That was Adrian Dalton. Dalton and Van Zyl will be the second row of the grid. Nicholas Van Zyl looking to run with Adrian Dalton if he can, the champion from last year, of course, with the number 1 plate. Fabio Fedetto a little bit higher up in his M4, alongside Andreas Meyer, who we heard from after race number 1, had a bit of issues with the throttle, and hopefully the fast development guys have got that sorted out now. And hopefully he'll be able to run the kind of pace that he saw during the week. Chatting to him down in PE at the National Extreme Festival, he was telling us how fast that little car of his is started to pull, with the big diffuser on the back, slightly modified to compare to what it was when it ran in its original touring car days. But definitely a car to watch out for. Jan Everstein and Oz Baggioni will go it again for Class B as well, looking to try and stay there with Andreas Meyer and Fabio. And then also looking for Jagger Robertson, Alan Hilligan and Trevor Long, Troy Cochran, Wadley, Lampret, Ulisani, Nick Macris and Renier Smith. They, of course, are inverted to the way they finished in race number 1. And that's why we got Jackie Schechter on the front row, of course, as well. Not because of lap times, I beg your pardon. It's the inverted grid that they've got. So Schechter is on pole position. Class D, it's Shane Krobler ahead of Bernard de Gouveia. And he's ahead of Manny Ribeiro, Neil Reynolds and Varesh Gunpath, with Nicholas Herbst in the car now. Hein van der Merwe was at the back of the field. He's now at the front of Class E ahead of Nick Fisher, Thomas Portgieter, Rolf Duplessis and Ari van Heerden. 28 cars in the Bridgestone BMW Car Club Racing Series about to go to battle yet again here at Zwartkops. Tyron Albers has joined us as well just before his category. Good to see him here. Jackie Schreiber's here too, so is Markman Willensdorf. Big welcome to Sean Portman, who should be watching MotoGP at the same time he's watching us at the same time here, like we try to do in the studio too. Here we go though. BMW Car Club Racing Series, another fantastic outing here at Zwartkops, part of the 20th anniversary. And it's good to have this category here as part of the festivities. Lights out, time to go racing into turn 1. Who's going to have what it takes? Jackie Schechter gets the drop down into turn 1 and hole shots around the outside of Willem Einkamera. Look out for Adrian Dalton trying to outgun the two of them into turn 2. Renier Smith side by side as they come out of turn number 1. And Einkamera is around the outside of Schechter. Schechter hangs on to that inside line in the Batmobile, trying to get those tyres to hook up through there. Still on a little bit of colder rubber than what he'd like to be. Side by side as well from Meyer, and looks like Vedetto. The M4 and Meyer going side by side out of turn 2. Lots of that coming out of turn 2. Rolf Duplessis in the Winfield BMW. That's Tony Viana's original 325i. And he now in the backpack looking for a chance to win out Class E. Alan Hilligan in the middle of the pack there and looking to try and get ahead of Cochran. He's got that at the moment. Lead change as we've got Einkamera who hits the front and gets ahead of Dalton. Dalton's ahead of Schechter. So is Meyer. Meyer's up ahead of Schechter. So is Baggioni. And here comes Jagger Robertson. Robertson on the inside of Jackie Schechter and makes the move stick there in the Big Boss Auto and Viking car. Pablo Clark machine dropping down from first place into about 7th place there as they come down on the brakes for turn 8. Everstein dives through looking for a way pass on the 1 car, and unfortunately looks like Nick Van Zyl is about to lose out. Van Zyl losing out there, yes, and it's a big move from Everstein. Baggioni going to come along for the ride too. Lamprecht looking for a way through on Trevor Long and on Cochran. Macris waiting to jump into the pack too, just with Ulisani on his tail. Everstein goes through on Schechter into turn 2. Lights the back end of that big machine of his up. Everstein at one point was in an M5. I'm not sure if he's still in the M5. I think he's moved into a different car now. He's into an M3. But at one point in time, Everstein actually ran an M5 BMW in this category. He's now in that little M3 and he's making it work really well. He has to try and close down though on Jagger Robertson. And also take into account that Andreas Meyer is up there too. He leads out Class B. There he is, leader of Class B. Second is Bagioni, and third place now, Jagger Robertson. The pool guy being hounded by the big boss man as they come down towards turn 8. Lead cars across the line. Eincamera trying to hang on in the Liqui Moly 555 BMW. E92 335i that he's in. And he's fighting hard to keep off that M3 CSL of Adrian Dalton. Hilligan now outgunned by Cochrane into turn 8. Tries to come back at him. Cochrane has that well in control. Lamprecht onto the tail now of Hilligan. Al's going to have to keep an eye on the back end as Lamprecht is looking for a way through, and so is Macros. Nick Macros closing things down there on the two of them. Lamprecht on the inside of Hilligan. Door was opened up, and he's going to take that with open arms. Macros going to come along for the ride as well and try and steal it, and he does. Hilligan just getting it all wrong out of turn 2 and loses 2 positions, possibly 3 there, as we're seeing Ulisani about to come on his inside as well in the Z4 from G&H Transport. There is the number 1 car diving through on the inside of Jackie Schechter. Troy Cochrane tried to go around the outside, didn't realize that Schechter would be in the way. Van Zyl losing a little bit of ground there to Cochrane, but Cochrane lost a bit of ground after trying to take the wrong line. The Red Star Raceway BMW with the number 1 plate on now, with Cochrane on his tail. Arrow Racing versus Pablo Clark Racing. Extra shoes and clothing versus the Liqui Moly car at the front. Dalton late on the brakes again. Hopefully he's got whatever that issue was sorted out in the back of the car. He said something broke in the beginning of race number 1. It slowed his lap times down. And he stayed ahead now of William Eincamera. Onto the back straight. That's the gap between 1 and 2 as they come onto that back straightaway. Looking in the rear view just to see if we can pick up on that third place car of Meyer. No, he's not there just yet. He's fending off the intentions from Bagioni and of course Jagger Robertson. Van Zyl with Cochrane, Schechter, Lamprecht, Macros, Ulisani on his tail. 6 cars all fighting hard. Cochrane seems to have lost a little bit of ground. Hilligan keeping off Matt Wadley. Hilligan and Wadley in the background. Wadley on the inside with the wing, the orange BM on the inside, and it looks like Wadley might have got through. Lamprecht in the Viking car, trying to close down on the Pablo Clark CSL Batmobile to get to the top. Can he make it stick? We'll have to wait and see. Cochrane closes in on the Red Star Raceway man. Arrow versus Red Star Raceway. Macros now up into a position ahead of Lamprecht. Lamprecht eventually going to get through there on Schechter, and here comes Ulisani for the ride as well. Sani side by side with Schechter as they go through turn 7. A little bit of room there for the 2 cars, and not a lot for the Z4, but just enough to possibly squeeze out Schechter on the brakes. Is he good enough? No. Schechter's good on the brakes, but Sani's better. Hilligan now coming up onto the back end of Schechter. Long at the back of that pack. Hilligan dives on the inside of Schechter into turn 1. Not that's enough. He definitely had a big look. He's got Wadley all over the back of him. That's why he's trying to get through. Put a car between himself and Matt Wadley. Cochrane trying to drive around the outside of turn 2 to get through on Van Zyl. So it's Schechter from Hilligan. Matt Wadley hasn't found a way through just yet, but he definitely tried hard twice. Rainier Smith there too. Race 1 winner in that category. Can Smith get through to possibly still steal a victory in Class C? He's too far back at this point in time though, and still a lot of cars to get past if he wants a double win. Dalton's done it all right. Well, that car's certainly much better than what it was in race number 1. And he now hangs on to a potential double victory here for the extra clothing and shoes car. BMW M3 CSL. Behind him it's Eincamera in the 335i. He's now unfortunately not had an answer to Dalton's pace, but there is some traffic to negotiate. He's hoping that that traffic is going to help him slow Dalton down a bit and give him a chance to come back at him. Champion from last year in the Red Star car, still with Cochrane on his tail. Troy Cochrane looking to go on the outside, but he has the door firmly shut. He's going to have to drive around the outside of turn 2. Yet again, 2 corners on the outside. Doesn't usually work. Watch for the cut back there from Cochrane if he can get it. Arrow Automotive versus Red Star Raceway. Macros coming along for the ride. Next not too far away. Another lap completed here from Adrian Dalton's point of view. Coming up on those back markers now, and as I said, that's exactly what William Eincamera is hoping. If the traffic slows the extra shoes car down, doesn't seem to be doing just that. They're just over the halfway stage, 6 laps completed. 105.8's coming out of Dalton, 106.3's coming out of Einkamera. There's not enough there from Einkamera to make a difference. Andreas Meyer still hangs on for the win in Class B at this stage, ahead of Jagger Robertson and Oz Bagioni. That's Everstein. He's down in 4th place for Class B. And closing on Bagioni. Oz is just up the road. There he is. The pullman is being closed down now rapidly. That's Jagger Robertson. 2nd place in Class B. 3rd place Bagioni and 4th place Everstein. They come out of the right-hander at turn 4 up the hill. Going to the fastest part of the track. Everstein using a lot wider line to try and carry the corner speed with that M3 of his. The fire pool maintenance man, the pool guy as we like to call him, is Oz Bagioni, and he's got big pressure coming from that Viking M3 behind him. Everstein now closing down on the back end of Bagioni. They've lost the toe there to Jagger Robertson. Robertson looking for 2nd place and possibly 1st overall in Class B today, depending on how far back he finishes behind Andreas Meyer. As I mentioned, the Big Boss Auto car there of Jagger Robertson, piloted by one of the youngest competitors ever here in the BMW Car Club Racing Series. Definitely knows what to do in a race car, coming out of that Big Boss Auto racing stable. Back markers to negotiate there for our leader. Not too much of an issue there for Adrian Dalton. And he's looking to close things down and wrap it all up as he completes lap 80, lap 2 to go. Big gap over Einkamera and a couple of cars in between them as well, which is going to help him out. It hasn't helped William Einkamera, that's for sure. There comes Einkamera onto the straight as Dalton exits the straight at turn 1. Craig Herbst and Nicholas Herbst sharing that car that's just been overtaken by Dalton. Here we go around the outside, and Trevor Long starting to put a bit of pressure onto the back end of that Class C battle too now. He's about to be caught though by the leader, who's got a lap and a half to go. Long has a go up into turn 5. He looks like he might have got through on Schechter. I think he has. He's found a way through there on Jackie Schechter as Dalton closes in on the two of them. This is Cochrane now through. Cochrane has found a way through there on Van Zyl. And so is Nick Macris. Van Zyl's got a problem. The Red Star Raceway car slowing down. Nick Macris has got through, so has Cochrane. And looks like Ruth Duplessis parked on the inside there of turn 1. As they go down onto the brakes, Cochrane trying to close down on Macris now. Class C honours up. Nick Macris, Troy Cochrane and Nicholas Van Zyl drops back. I think he may have actually lost out there to Ulisani as well. There is the Ruth Duplessis, or Tony Viana BMW, that Ruth Duplessis was piloting out of the Pablo Clark stable. And unfortunately parked on the inside of turn 1. That's not how Ruth Duplessis wanted to finish this one. Adrian Dalton is doing it all right though, for the win overall and the win in Class A. Dalton about to catch and pass Jackie Schechter and Trevor Long possibly as well, the roof surgeon man. Hilligen's just up the road from the two of them. And you can see Nick Van Zyl just circulating, trying to secure as many of the points as he can after a bit of a problem there on the Red Star Raceway car. Leader goes through on him, about to come through on Trevor Long. Long's going to probably give him a little bit of room, or will he? Comes out of turn 7. Dalton will just power around the outside or possibly dive on the inside into turn number 8. Yes, he does. Into turn 8, Trevor Long will have one less lap to do. And Adrian Dalton will make it 2 wins out of 2 starts here for the Bridgestone BMW Car Club Racing Series. Schechter finishes up ahead of Van Zyl. Van Zyl with some concerns there in the closing stages. Ooh, the M4 of Fedita also with some problems there. Slowing in the closing stages. Not quite sure what went wrong there. Definitely not what Fabio Fedetto wanted as he comes across the line. Andreas Meyer finishing this time in the lead of the race of Class B and 3rd place overall on track as well for Meyer. So Andreas Meyer finishes up in 3rd place in the E36 touring car ahead of Jagger Robertson and Oz Bagioni. So unofficial results there on the left hand side. You'll see it's Adrian Dalton winning out over William Einkamera for Class A. Andreas Meyer, Jaggers Robertson and Osbagioni ahead of Everstein for Class B. Macris wins out, or does he? Here he comes. Nick Macris coming down onto the brakes into the final corner for the win in Class C to head out Uli Sani for second. Sani beats Cochrane to the line, and they change up the results on the board on the left-hand side in a few seconds' time. There it is. Changes up as we talk about it. Macris from Sani, Cochrane, Lamprecht, and Matt Wadley are top 5 in Class C. Brilliant race action once again coming out of our BMW Car Club Racing Series. Class D was Varish Gunpath ahead of Shane Krobler and Manny Ribeiro. And that's how things end up for the Bridgestone BMW Car Club Racing Series here at the 20th running of the Passion for Speed Festival. We'll catch up with some of the drivers down in pit lane as soon as they make their way through. Claudio standing by down in pit lane now to catch up with one of the youngest drivers ever in the Bridgestone BMW Car Club Racing Series and Class B overall winner, we assume, with the 2 great outings he's had so far. Let's catch up now with Jagger Robertson.
Jagger Robertson, winning Class B. How was your day?
Day went very well. Started the qualifying off. We qualified 4th, 2nd in class. German had a bit of an incident on the warm-up lap coming out of turn 2, so it kind of, in a way, gifted us the win in turn 2. Then second race, we started 9th. Came through the field, came to about 3rd with about 6 laps to go. And after that I got past Oz through turn 7, and after that I saw the German was a little bit far away, so I just maintained it, made sure we got to the finish and good all the points for the day. Thank you so much.
So, do you like short meetings or long breaks? Or playing it safe? Do you like Fostum or slow roast? Whatever you do you in the all-new Suzuki Espresso.
All the action now from race 2 of Lotus Challenge, about to be brought to you by Suzuki Alberton. Big welcome to them as our official sponsors today for Lotus Challenge. First race, we had drama right at the start. Poleman Jeff Kruger from Universal Motorsport, unfortunately pulling to the sideline on the exit of the pit lane and did not start the race. Fast Fred getting out of shape. Ooh, lighting up those tyres a little bit. I think that was on purpose because Tyron's watching. Fast Fred got to get those tyres warmed up, buddy, otherwise you're going to be slipping and sliding there big time. But he has battled a bit today with some pace and with setup. So let's see if Fred Alberts can do anything. He was going to be starting a little bit higher up than what he did in the first one. He was down 11th in the first race, and he's in 8th place at the moment for race 2. If Jeff Kruger, and it looks like he has got that car sorted, I just saw him trying to warm up tyres in the background there, has been able to get his car sorted out, he will start at the back of Class B, which means he's got about 14 cars he's got to get through before he can get into the lead battle, which was an exceptionally tight battle, as we saw in race number 1. That battle was between Mackie Adlam, Andre Heeman and Thomas Falconer. And it's Adlam and Heeman that are on the front row this time, ahead of Thomas Falconer. Falconer hung on, though, to take the win. So let's see whether or not he can do it again here and get through on his 2 arch rivals ahead of him. Looks like 76 is on the grid. I see, yeah, there he is. Jeff Kruger's back on track, and looks like John Kruger and the Universal Motorsport team have been able to get that car back on track. It didn't quite go according to plan in the first one, but thumbs up now from Jeff in the second one. That could be very interesting to watch now. Jeff Kruger from the back of Class B as we get ready to go now for Heat 2 of the Lotus Challenge, proudly brought to you by Suzuki Alberton. Lights are about to go on. Listen to those revs pick up. And watch for the Universal car coming from the back. Lights on, lights off, here we go. Adlam gets a drop. I think he's got the whole shot over his teammate, Andre Heeman. Yes, it is Adlam from Heeman. And through the pack comes Jeff Kruger as he starts to make his way, siding his way through Class B. Class L, also a great start there from some of the drivers coming through. And it looks like a big move there from the 28 car, Rudy Barnard, trying to find a way early on Falconer and make it Adlam Auto 1, 2, 3. He certainly had a big look, but Falconer had better options there and a slightly better line coming out of turn 2. Jeff Kruger's already up into about 8th place by the looks of things, and make that 9th place as they come onto the back straight away. So he's made up 5 positions through 2 corners. He's going to make up another 2 here into turn 4. Kruger makes his way through there on Fred Alberts. And now right onto the back of Etienne Stradum and Jeff Gable. Stradum and Gable under attack from Jeff Kruger as they come under braking. Here comes a late break from Thomas Falconer to get on the inside of Rudy Barnard. Rudy Barnard, oh, he had a tap in the first race there coming into turn 2, and he almost got another one there coming into turn 5 from the hard-charging Thomas Falconer. Falconer into 3rd. Barnard on his tail. Gable is 5th. Here comes 5th place. Make that Jeff Kruger in 5th. Jeff Kruger to 5th place. 9 positions in 1 lap. Not a bad start to race number 2 here for Kruger. See John on the sideline saying, go my boy, you've got to get up there. And that's exactly what Kruger's doing. Fast Fred comes through there looking at Class L. Once again, expecting a big battle between Wes Maxwell. At this point in time, he'll probably be pushing to try and get through there on Miles Downard, who leans things out. And look out for Nick Hodgson up there too. These guys are going to try and get to the front as quickly as possible because they had to start a bit further back than what they would have liked to in this race, but of course now into the thick of it. It's an overtake here possibly from the 2 car on Barnard. Barnard trying to get on the inside of Mackie Adlam, but saw what was happening behind him and had to go defensive. Somebody's run wide. Rudy Barnard's run wide. Rudy Barnard's run wide out of turn 4. He'll probably be able to get back on track, but he's just on the dirty stuff. And has he been able to get back? I think he has. But he's dropped back about 6 or 7 places there. So it's Mackie Adlam ahead of Andre Heeman. Heeman just hanging on for now, but it's now Jeff Kruger onto the tail of Thomas Falconer. Kruger has closed that gap down rapidly. 2 laps and he's into 4th. 1 lap he was into 5th and he was just hanging tight to try and bridge that little bit of gap he still had to play with. But it's Adlam from Heeman, from Falconer and Kruger. Kruger into 4th. It's Gable in 5. Right behind him, that looks like it's going to be David Kutsia. Kutsia ahead of Fast Fred, and then it's Etienne Stradum. Rudy Barnard trying to make up some ground now. Look at the intentions being shown there by Thomas Falconer, because he knows it's Jeff Kruger on his tail. The amount of times that these guys have fought. It's turn 4 and we've got the car off. Double yellow flags as the lead cars are making their way there now. Somebody's run off. I think it was Barnard, and I don't think he's been able to get back on. There's an overtaking maneuver under double yellows. Falconer under double yellow. I think he realized it and backed out. Very lucky to just see those yellow flags in the last second. And flags up. Red flag. Red flag. That must be a big incident there out of turn 4. Barnard went off there, and I'm not quite sure what's ended up with him. We didn't see where he ended up. There he is, climbing out the car. And he's put the car straight into that tyre barrier, walking away and climbing over the tyre, so he's okay. Just shows how well and how strong those cars are built. And unfortunately there, it was Rudy Barnard who got out of shape. And it's brought the race to a little bit of a stop here after race. How many laps did we complete there? It was on the 3rd lap. So on the 3rd lap, do we reshuffle and put them back onto the grid positions, or do they go into the positions they're in right now? It'll be up to the COC to decide that. According to my understanding, it would probably be in the positions they're in now, as opposed to going to a full restart. Let's see if they roll up in those positions. I think that's exactly how they'd be. It'll be a bit disappointing for Jeff Kruger if he's got to start all the way from the back. He's already rolling over to the 4th place grid position. So my assumption could be correct here, that they'll be taking up their positions. And of course those positions are as they have finished after lap number 2 being completed. Whether we get a slightly delayed or a less amount of laps to do now, we'll wait and see. But as it stood there, Mackie Adlam, Andre Heeman, Thomas Falconer, Jeff Kruger ahead of Jeff Gable, David Kutsia, Fred Alberts, Etienne Stratum and Tinus Buertas, Carl Scarp were the top 10. Then you had Class L, Ben Knights, Andre Darfel, Wes Maxwell, Andre Duplessis, Hodgson, Fulton and Jean Dutoy just ahead of Ken Cloud and Peter Van Aert. But Ken Cloud will probably move through to the back of Class B. Yes, and that's exactly what he's doing. Cloud went to the back. Rudy Barnard ran off there in turn 4 and has parked the car in quite a dangerous position. That's probably the reason for the red flag. So Barnard will have to unfortunately be out of the second heat after that crash. They're not going to get that thing fixed, and they'll have to just recover that vehicle before we go to a full restart. Start delay board being put up there by Henry the Flag, which means we're going to just be in for a little bit of time to get things sorted out here and that car recovered and out of harm's way. Let's catch up with Jeff Kruger on the grid to find out exactly what went wrong there with Rudy Barnard.
Jeff, that was one heck of a start, but in turn 4 you were 4th place.
Yeah, I got a very good jump off the line and found a very good gap into turn 2 and then just stuck my nose in wherever I could. Unfortunately, Rudy in front of me, he had a big tank slapper and ended up in the tyres, so it was okay, but I don't know if the car is going to be fixable for the rest of the race. So yeah, quite happy to be up here in 4th. Let's hope I don't have to move back to my regional starting position. So, but yeah, looking forward to the rest.
The problem in race 1?
We broke a front wishbone on the warm-up lap, unfortunately, warming up the tyres. So I had to start from the back of the grid because I didn't set a lap time. So yeah, that's why I was down in 15th. But yeah, looking forward to the rest.
Cool, all the best for the race.
Cool, appreciate it. Thanks.
Yeah, put in neutral, we're going to go back.
Yes, really.
Nice to catch up there from Claudio's point of view to find out exactly what went wrong in race number 1. And of course, best seat in the house was Jeff Kruger to see what exactly went wrong. It looks like he's going to have to go back though to 15th place. They're going to reshuffle the grid and start them in their race positions from the start of race number 2. So he's got to do it all again. That's a pity there for Jeff Kruger. Sure. David Kutsia is eyes on the prize there. Not even getting a thumbs up or a hello or happy Father's Day or anything. And of course, happy Father's Day to all the dads out there who are watching us all around the world celebrating Father's Day here in South Africa. There's somebody who'd like to give probably a happy Father's Day from his son Tyron. Fast Fred Alberts. So how fast he was, he even looped it out under his own power in the warm-up lap. Tyron will love that. All right. So it's Jeff Kruger pushed right back down into 14th again to have to restart this one from the back of the pack and have to do it all over again. Also some eyes on the prize there, hey? Definitely not giving away any aces up the sleeve. Poker face. Right, start the engines by the looks of things. We are almost good to go. I don't know if they can start the engines when they haven't pulled that car out to the back of the trailer just yet. Andre Darfel was at the front for a little while. And then eventually just got caught and passed by a couple of Class L competitors, but he'll be looking for another opportunity to be at the front end of Class L if he can with the restart. Not quite sure they've asked them to start their engines and start clearing the grid, because you can see clearly Rudy Barnard's car is not even on the back of Big Max's trailer just yet. I suppose once they've got it on the trailer, it'll be just a short trip across the road into pit lane. That's why they're probably asking them to get ready. There is Kruger right at the back now. Such a pity that he had to go right to the back again and couldn't start in 4th, so he made his way up. It took him 1 lap to get to 5th, and it took him 2 laps to get to 4th, so expect more of the same if you can find the same kind of maneuvers to get through the other 9 cars he'd be fighting with. It's not the usual 9 cars he would fight with. They're at the front with Mackie Adlam and Andre Himman on the pole position, and 2nd place for Adlam Auto Racing. The Adaptive Resources Engineers car of Thomas Faulkner is there in 3rd place, with Rudy Barnard missing from the grid now. Gable on the Expensive Habits machine, he is in 5th ahead of David Kutsia, we saw with Poker Face there. And then behind them it'll be Etienne Stratham and Fred Alberts. Ian Young at the back there, also looking good. And he's got to keep his eye on the possibilities of... That looks really cool. We've got them fenced in now. And the fence, of course, they're being put up because of all the debris that could possibly come off the track as well, to keep all of the people in pit lane safe and sound. Almost good to go. Just waiting for that car to get onto the back of the trailer, and then Big Max will make his way back into the pit box and clear that all, so we can go racing again. Always not the sight you want to be seeing as a racing fan, a broken race car being sent back to pit lane. Unfortunately, the man that was behind the wheel of that car is A-OK, and we saw him climb out the car and jump over the fence out of harm's way. Rudy Barnard will be back, and looking forward to action, I think, down at Desi's Raceway is the next round of the Lotus Challenge. Right, so the lady with the red flag makes her way to the front again to warn the drivers that we are almost good to go. We got a green flag at the back, and it looks like we can go straight to racing. Means cold tires, and these guys are going to be very aware that they've got cold tires right now. And as we say that, a little bit of cloud cover comes over at the same time, so it's going to be cool track conditions and cold tires heading into turn number 1. Faulkner getting a good start from the 2nd row, but he's got to tuck in between the 2 Adlam Racing boys. Kruger already through on 4 cars into turn number 1. Already diving through there as well. Hodgson trying to find a way through on the Maxwell cars, and the Vibro cars they're in there too. It's Adlam from Himman from hard charging Thomas Faulkner, and then it's Gable. Kruger side by side with Etienne Stratham as they go into turn 3. Is there enough room there for Kruger to squeeze through? Yes, there is. Just enough. Etienne Stratham going side by side with him as they get onto the back straightaway. So it's Adlam from Himon. Himon already under attack from Thomas Falconer. Falconer diving through, looking to try and get up into turn 4, but he couldn't quite make it stick. Now as they come out of turn 4, heading up to the top, it is Gable under attack now from Kutsia, and then it's Kruger. Kruger's up into 7th. Change up for the lead. First time we're seeing Andre Himon hit the front, but he's going to be pushed hard by his teammate, and he's out of shape. Oh, big time out of shape there from Andre Himon. Just catches it as they go into turn 6, and it gives Mackie Adlam the lead back again. He made it sick, but he just lit the back up and caught the car very well. Andre Himon very lucky to survive that one, and Thomas Falconer tried to capitalize on it. Here come the first 6 cars across the line, and there's less than half a second between them. In 5th place, it's Jeff Kruger. So he did exactly what he needed to do in the first race, and he did it again in race 2, start 2. Here we go. This is the maneuver we saw from Himon. Diving on the inside, lights the back up, catches it. Only just ahead of Falconer, and now Falconer tries to make him pay. Falconer onto the back end of Himon, coming out of turn 2. Here comes Jeff Kruger on Jeff Gable. Jeff Gable on the inside, Kruger around the outside, driving around the outside, trying to get the line into turn 4. He's got round him. Here comes Falconer, diving on the inside of Himon. Himon shuts the door. Andre Himon is playing the defensive role here big time. It's allowing Mackie Adlam to get away, but here comes Kruger. Kruger is going to go 1 better than in the first start. He could maybe even go 2 better. If he gets on the inside of Andre Himon, he's going to move to 2nd place after 2 laps from 15th on the grid. He's up to 3rd. He's making Thomas Falconer go the long way around turn 5 and turn 6. He ran wide, and Kruger might just be able to squeeze through on him, and he's going to just give Thomas Falconer a little bit of room to play. Now they come down towards turn number 8, GLH Transport Corner. Falconer's on the inside and gets back at Kruger. What a dice expected now with these 4 going at it. We had a phenomenal battle in the first race, and there's going to be more of the same now in race 2. Gable has got Kutsia on his tail for 5 and 6. But it's 1, 2, 3, and 4, and they are very evenly matched. On that first pass, there was hardly anything in it between these drivers, and expect to see nothing in it again as we've restarted race 2 here for the Lotus Challenge, proudly brought to you by Suzuki Alberton. Fast Fred looking for a chance to stay in single digits. That's what he'd be hoping for. Here comes Kruger. He sees Falconer going on the inside to try and get through on him, and he backs out of it and tries to cut through. Watch for the cutback now. He's going to try and get the drive up the hill in the Universal car to take on Thomas Falconer. The Adaptive Resources engineer man, absolutely perfect run, and tries to get on the brakes on the inside of the second of the Adlam Auto cars of Andre Himon. Can't quite make it stick. Kruger puts a nose in, has to back out of it though. Wasn't close enough, but Falconer slides out of turn 6. That's going to cost him a little bit of time and give Kruger a chance, maybe into turn 8 down the hill. It's Adlam from Himon. Here comes Kruger, here's a look. Doesn't go just yet. Waiting for Falconer to pounce. First 4, cross the line again and complete another lap. We're into lap 3. 10 laps of action still to come your way here in the restarted version of race 2. If you've just joined us on the action here for Lotus Challenge, proudly brought to you by Suzuki Alberton. It's because of Rudy Barnard we had to restart the race. He's okay, but the car not so good. Ken Cloud now just ahead of the battle for Class L. And it's Hodgson who looks like he's leading things out there in the L battle. Wesley Maxwell, Ben Knights, Andre Duplessis just up the road from them, I beg your pardon. That's the battle now for about 4th place in Class L. So the 3 cars just ahead of this is the battle for Class L. Maxwell, Knights, and Andre Duplessis. Here they come. This is an awesome little battle here. That's the first 3 going through turn 4. This is 5 and 6 in Class L coming into turn 4. Big move on the inside. And it's the 77 car who just dives through there on Hodgson. So Jean Dutoy moving up 1 place. There is the lead battle. Oh, brilliant stuff. Where's Maxwell under attack from Ben Knights? Ben Knights dives onto the inside line and gets ahead of the Class L pack of cars. He's now ahead of the Vibro car. And he leads things out heading down the hill. So it's Ben Knights versus Wes Maxwell versus Andre Duplessis. Similar to what we saw in race number 1. And on a similar vein to what we're seeing at the front end in race 2 of both categories. The usual contenders are going at it. Brilliant stuff. This is Wes Maxwell trying to close down and get back ahead now of Ben Knights. Ben Knights late on the brakes into turn 2. Going to try and fend off the attack there coming from the Vibro car of Wes Maxwell. But it's Knights who leads things out. Duplessis on his tail. The Elite Racing man is right there as well. 5 and 6, a bit of a change up there. You can see Ken Cloud has put himself in between the two 5 and 6 competitors there for Class L. Let's go back to the front end. Class B, and they're at the top of the hill, and this time it's Kruger on the inside of the sliding Thomas Falconer. Falconer this time is given some room again. So Kruger not giving up just yet, but he's just making mistakes, or making Thomas Falconer make some mistakes of sliding into corners, which might be eating up that Dunlop rubber. He goes on the inside of turn 1. Can Kruger make it stick this time into turn 1? No, he can't. Falconer didn't even lift off into turn 1. He kept it buried through there to ensure that he didn't lose the position there to Jeff Kruger. They both closed down on Himon. Himon playing the protective role, and the tail gunner machine there, of course, of the Adlam Auto team to keep his number 1 plate man, Mackie Adlam, at the front end. Coral Scarp at the back end of Class B, just ahead of the battle there for Class L. Where's Maxwell, Ben Knights, and Andre Duplessis? Possibly closing down on them as well. There they come, just in the background of that shot. So coming through into the back straightaway. But we head back to the leaders at the top of the hill. It's Mackie Adlam who hangs on still, ahead of Andre Himon. Has Falconer been better yet? That was Falconer got a chance to get through now on Himon. 4-way fight here between these 4 cars, and there's nothing in it between them. The top 4 cars now split by less than half a second. They come under braking for turn 8. No changes just yet. No one prepared to show their hand or show what they've got up their sleeve just yet as they complete lap number 6 of 10. 4 more laps to go, and nothing in it between the first 4 cars on track. Kruger in with a fight of note here with the 2 Adlam Auto Racing boys. And there's a move from Falconer. Ooh, nearly touching wheels. He'll tell you from experience from the first race that if you touch wheels, what can go wrong? You can still see a little bit of rubber on the back of his car there. That was Mackie Adlam's wheel that hit the back of him right on the last lap. There comes Class L's new leader. Where's Maxwell ahead of Ben Knights? Ben Knights in second place behind Maxwell as they head down towards turn 2. It's Andre Duplessis trying to close things down on the 2 of them. Not easy to do that. They are so evenly matched, these little Class L low-cost chassis. And you can see just how hard these 3 are working. Just as hard as these 4 are. Oh, there's a move on the inside from Kruger. Kruger this time has got a wheel on the inside of Thomas Falconer, but Falconer is so good around turn 6. I don't know, he hangs on to that outside line through turn 6, but he manages to do it every single time. Kruger's got to find a different place to find a way through. They come to complete another lap. Adlam now onto his 7th of 10. 7 completed onto the 8th lap, I should say. So there's nothing. There's a change up a second. Himon makes a mistake. Andre Himon makes a small mistake and he's dropped to 4th. Now they close things down on Mackie Adlam. Jeff Kruger and Thomas Falconer side by side, and then Linus Stern as they come on the exit point of turn 2. But going into turn 2, they were side by side, and Himon drops to 4th. Andre Himon has tried valiantly to try and fend off the attack coming from the 2 drivers out of that race team from Adlam Auto. And the lead change. Wow, look at Falconer. Absolutely hauling into turn 4. He forces Adlam wide. They're going to go 4x4. 4 in a row, heading up towards the top of turn 5. And it's Jeff Kruger who hits the front. Kruger at the front end of this field. He's now hit the front for the first time. And he's got Mackie Adlam right on his tail. Himon behind that. Look at Thomas Falconer trying to spread and thread the needle between the 2 Adlam Auto boys. It's not over yet. Falconer on the dirt. Oh, that could cost him a little bit of time, but it doesn't slow him down at all. He comes straight back at it and looks at the inside of Adlam. Adlam fends off the attack there coming from Rudy Barnard. From Andre Himon. Himon on the outside. This is spectacular stuff from Lotus Challenge. On the inside line, what a brilliant move there from Falconer, trying to get through there on Adlam. The 3 of them run exceptionally wide out of turn 1. Now it's Falconer onto the back end of Himon. Himon on the back end of Adlam. Adlam fighting that car. You can see he's a little bit of understeer coming out of turn 2. It's slowing him up slightly, and Jeff Kruger's getting away. Adlam fending the attack from his teammate, and Falconer has slowed him down. And it's allowed Jeff Kruger to open up a little bit of a margin. This is spectacular racing like you've never seen and like you always see in a Lotus Challenge. And you can see why Tyrone Alberts and the iPop Suzuki Alberton dealership want to get involved with this event. And this event hopefully for the rest of it. Oh, Falconer's got a problem. Falconer's got a problem. He slowed up. Just missed the gear or something went wrong at the top of the hill. And he slows up dramatically. That's lost him the ground he needs. It's going to be a fight for second and third now between the two teammates. Himon on the inside of Adlam into turn 8. Adlam shuts the door. Let's start this final lap now, shall we? Here we go. Last lap for these 4 drivers. Kruger's got to the front from 15th on the grid. And he's hit the front and disappeared. As soon as he got that opportunity to take the lead, he's opened up the advantage and got away from Adlam. Adlam now trying to do the same thing on Himon. Himon tried to keep him honest as much as possible because there's no team orders in that team. Every man for himself out there except for the possibility of taking each other out. And that's possibly why Andre Himon has rolled out of it ever so slightly. So what was a 4-way battle only 2 laps ago, heading up this hill that we're about to head up now, is now Jeff Kruger for Universal Motorsport leading things out over the 2 Adlam Auto Racing boys. Adlam and Himon. Adlam's going to have what it takes here on the brakes. You're not going to outbrake him now, not with 3 corners to go. And Himon is going to have to settle for 3rd place. So Mackie Adlam and Himon should share the spoils for 1st and 2nd place overall. Although the final race victory of the 2nd day of action here at the Passion for Speed Festival is going to go to Universal Motorsports' Jeff Kruger. Kruger takes the win. Adlam comes through for 2nd place and the overall win ahead of Himon. And 3rd place overall should go to Thomas Falconer. 4th place, Jeff Gable managed to fend off a late charge coming out of David Kutsia. Kutsia will finish up in 6th place behind Jeff Gable. What a race. Top quality action as per usual. We certainly have kept the best to last there for Suzuki Alberton's entry to their sponsorship deal on the Lotus Challenge. Waiting for Class L. Here they come. It's not done just yet. Here they come. On the brakes, it's Ben Knights keeping out Maxwell. This time it'll be a role reversal. Ben Knight's going to take the win over Wes Maxwell to the line ahead of Duplessis. Top 3 in Class L coming through there. And they finish up, of course, 11, 12, and 13th place overall on track. Is there going to be a bit of a dice here between Jean Dutour and Andre Duplessis? Possibilities, though, of 77 just beating out Hodgson, and he does so. Hodgson has to settle for the 5th place in Class L behind Jean Dutour. And that brings us to the end of the Lotus Challenge and their day 2 action. And what action it was. Wow, if you missed that one, you certainly want to rewind it and watch it on a few occasions, because that was one of the best Lotus Challenge races I've ever had the opportunity to commentate on. Brilliant stuff there from Jeff Kruger to win from 15th on the grid ahead of Mackie Adlam and Andre Himon. Thomas Falconer in the 4th spot ahead of Jeff Gable, but 2nd, 3rd, and 4th place should be 1st, 2nd, and 3rd overall for the day there, with Mackie Adlam ahead of Andre Himon and Thomas Falconer. Class L went to Ben Knights ahead of Wes Maxwell. Be quite tight between the 2 of them to see who takes the overall ahead of Andre Duplessis, Jean Dutour, and Nick Hodgson beating out Andrew Fulton, and right at the back, Peter Van Aert. We'll try and catch up possibly with Mackie Adlam as he stole the day there and took the possibility of the overall win for Lotus Challenge, proudly brought to you by Suzuki Alberton. After a phenomenal day's racing there in the Lotus Challenge, proudly brought to you by Suzuki Alberton. Let's catch up with overall winner, Matthew Adlam.
Mackie Adlam, overall winner of the day, and clearly you guys watch a lot of Moto3.
Yes, so I have to be honest with you, that was the most fun I had in a very long time. Fortunately, we started on pole, and Andre Heeman kept the guys at bay, but Thomas Falkner and, the champion himself, Jeff Kruger, gave it everything, got past, and from there it was 4 abreast, 3 abreast, door to door, and the amazing thing is we can do it in a safe environment, knowing the guy next to you is a world-class act himself. So absolute fun. Peter de Toy, Swartkops, passion for speed, thank you. Without you guys, this would not be possible.
And thanks to you for that awesome race.
Yes, guys, thank you so much. Lotus Challenge, you guys are the best.
Well done.
Thanks.
That certainly was one of the best races we've ever seen, Mackie Adlam, I have to agree. But we've got more action still to come our way, and after race 1 in DOE Formula V, expect more of the same here in race 2. In a few minutes' time, we'll be back on track with action here from the 20th running of the Passion for Speed Festival. Second race now of DOE Quality Parts Formula V's making their way out to the circuit. And expect a big fight at the front as we saw in race number 1. We've just seen an incredible fight in Lotus Challenge. And now looking forward to more of the same here from what we have dubbed the 600 cc's of four-wheel racing. Lionel Janssen's car is fixed. He's just giving it a bit of a shakedown there after a tag between himself and Greg Wilson. He tried to go around the outside of Greg Wilson and ended up in the wall at turn 4. Wilson also out with some damage, but looks like he might have got his car all sorted too. Wilson will be on pole position if he has got that car sorted, and rolls up to take his position alongside Gert van den Berg, race 1 winner. It'll be Brandon Hills and MD Bester who will make up their positions in race 2's 3rd and 4th place on the grid. And the second row there, with Brandon Hills, a slightly better start from him and his teammate MD Bester. Bester eventually finished up in 2nd place. Hills probably will be looking at this race going, I need to finish this one, as opposed to not finishing like he did in the first one. Peter Hills and Lendl Janssen. Janssen starting from 6th place. So he's got some work to do to try and stay with those top 5 if he can. And so as they line things up there, top 6 are all there. So Greg Wilson is on pole. Alongside him, Gert van den Berg. Hills, Bester, Hills, Janssen. Sean van der Linde there in the 7 car. He, of course, finished just off the podium ahead of Vaughan Hills, who also had some problems of his own in race number 1. But he managed to get back on track and finish up in single digits, I think in 8th place overall there. Theo Vermaak and Carl Watt, Eric Boyens and Dave Austin, Yanni Geser, Roy Douglas, Marcel Blichnout, Oni Vermaak and Clinton Kane, making up 17 cars about to go to battle for the last time this weekend's Passion for Speed Festival. Stand by for some more passionate speed coming out of Formula V. They're sponsored by Start My Car, and the starts are good here for both of the front row contenders, but on the inside, Gert van den Berg with a slight advantage as he heads down into turn 1 ahead of Greg Wilson. Wilson will have to settle for 2nd place as they go in there, yes indeed. And here comes, well, both of the Titan cars, MD Bester and Brandon Hills. Hills ahead of Vaughan, and oh, a little spinner in the background there. It looks like he's just getting out of shape, unfortunately, and we'll try and pick up who that is. Just looking to see who it is. I can't pick up on the number, unfortunately. It could possibly be David Austin. But as they come down into turn 4, the usual contenders are at each other's throats. A couple more coming to join them for the second heat now. Yanni Geser making his way through turn 4, back up to the top of the pack. and he's in the second pack of cars. They've just lost a little bit of ground there to that first pack, but it's Vandenberg ahead of Wilson. Wilson ahead of Hills. Hills ahead of Lendl Janssen, then MD Bester. Then it's Peter Hills tucked in behind him. Looks like Sean van der Linde. And as I said, I think it might have been David Austin who spun out there, but I'll just get correction on that one. We'll wait and see as they come across the line, and we get the first lap completed in anger here of the 10 to go. 9 of them still to go as they cross the line now for the first time. Pity we don't have Lucian Ramchanda back here again. He'll be looking to make a welcome return after a couple of injuries, but let's see what happens now with the lack of the champion. These guys will all be looking to wrap up as many points as possible. Vandenberg, Wilson, Hills, Lendl Janssen, MD Bester. As they come through there, Sean van der Linde is there. He's the bright green car with pink livery, almost sort of Eddie Irvine-esque colours. And as he goes onto the back straightaway now, he gets followed by Theo Vermaak. I'm looking at the way things went there, but I would have to say it was David Austin who spun out. So unfortunately, Austin, the man who spun in turn 2. MD trying to close down on the back end of his teammate, who's now under threat from Lendl Janssen. He's got his second teammate behind him in Peter Hills. Two of them going to try and work together to get up to these first 5. 1, 2, 3, and 4 go through there, no issues. 5th place is MD behind him. You can see he's being closed down by Vaughan Hills. Sean van der Linde, Theo Vermaak, and then it's Peter Hills. So we've literally got Hills in 3, 6, and 9 on track at the moment. Brandon in 3rd. Vaughan in 6 and Peter in 9 as they come down to complete lap number 2. Vandenberg controlling things at the moment. Ooh, late braking coming out of the 5-4 car. Not quite what we wanted to see out of Eric Burns. He's in the top 10, only just. Mistakes like that could cost him, and he'd lose that top 10 position pretty rapidly. And on his tail, he'll be looking to be closed down there by Yanni Geisa and Carl Watt. So Geisa now being closed down, as you can see. He's got some maneuvers happening there from Carl Watt's point of view, and Roy Douglas just behind them as they come out of turn 2. Back to the leaders at the front end, and there's a move from Brandon Hills trying to get through on Greg Wilson. Wilson shuts the door though. Not going to let the youngster through. Brandon Hills trying to find a way on Wilson, but he keeps him very honest. There's another opportunity. Can he get him on the brakes? He's late. He locks up. He locks out of shape. Oh, he runs onto the service road and then onto the kiddie litter. That's a big mistake there from Brandon Hills. It's going to be a costly one too. He pulls a whole bit of rubble onto the circuit too. But Brando's back on track, fortunately. So Wilson very lucky there to survive, because there was a big sliding Titan Premium Car Care Products Volkswagen on his tail, sliding almost into the back of him. Have a look at this. Here he comes. He gets on the brakes. It locks up. And he just gets the back end to step out. Lets the brakes off, fortunately, so it didn't spin all the way around. And he catches it just onto the service road and then over the kiddie litter to return to the track. He pulls a whole bunch of that rubble onto the track as he comes back on as well. There'll be a lot of it in the undercarriage of that car for the next couple of laps, so we'll keep an eye on Brando's performance. Carl still in a bit of a fight here. Watt on Geisa. Looks like Peter Hills might have dropped in behind the two of them. He has. Hills now down to 12th place behind Geisa and Carl Watt. Leaders already through turn 4. MD Bester losing some ground there to Lendl Janssen and Wilson. Geisa. Nice fight here between Carl Watt himself and Peter Hills for top 10 honours. And slowly but surely being closed in there as well by Roy Douglas. Douglas is going to go past Peter Hills. Peter Hills has got a problem. Hills is slowing there and got caught and passed relatively quickly by Roy Douglas. That's not what you kind of expect from a multiple champion in this category in Peter Hills. Something must have gone wrong on the car. Let's go back to the battle that is going to resume here between the two contenders and the two protagonists in the incident at the end of race 1. Wilson had nothing to do with the incident. It was all about Lendl Janssen trying to drive around the outside and on the dirt to get through on Greg Wilson. And when he eventually got the car back on track, unfortunately the two of them collided, heading to where they're going right now. Turn 4. Vandenberg looking for a double victory. This time it's Lendl Janssen on the inside and Carl Watt on the inside as well. Inside line from Carl Watt to take the lead of this little battle, but we also saw an inside line coming out of Lendl Janssen to potentially take second place away from Greg Wilson. And he's got it. He eventually secures it up into turn 5. Turn 6 coming up now for the Bull security man. Wilson tucks in behind him. Oh, gesticulations. He's saying, listen, let's not fight. Work with me. We've got to close this gap down. He's saying, let's think and work together here. We cannot fight each other, otherwise Van den Berg is going to get away. It's not a bad thought there, Lendl Janssen. And Greg Wilson looks like he's got a little bit of nose cone damage there. Look at the front nose. It's slightly up. There's definitely bent. It's definitely bent up ever so slightly, so he might have gone into the back of Lendl Janssen, trying to run with the Bull security car. So Greg Wilson with a little bit of damage on that. Yeah, definitely a front damage nose there for Greg Wilson. You could see Lendl Janssen saying, listen, come with me, let's work together, let's go and catch Gert Van den Berg at the front. Van den Berg is just having a clean run of it in the Raymer. He's in the Raymer too, the two Forza cars behind him trying to close him down, the chassis that these guys run in Formula V. Indy Best has fallen by the wayside into fourth place, but he's still there in fourth, and he sat in fourth for a while, eventually being gifted a second place in the race after the demise of two cars. So he's not going to give up, that's for sure. Behind him, it's Sean van der Linde in the 7 car. Slowly but surely making his way to the back end of MD Bester. And not too far behind him will be Vaughan Hills. So first 3 go through easily. MD Bester in fourth, trying to close things down. He'll have some great GoPro footage from that GoPro. And he comes across the line and complete another lap in anger. That's the halfway stage reached. And now we're into the second half of this race. And the last half of the action here of day 2 of the Passion for Speed Festival's 20th anniversary. What a weekend of racing we've had. Geyser and Watt still going at it. Behind them, it's now Roy Douglas who's closing on to Geyser. They've left Peter Hills in the wake in the background. Hills having some problems of his own. Hills actually looking over the right-hand side of his cockpit there to see what's happening. Whoa, Carl Watt with a big one! A massive moment for Carl Watt. He takes out Geyser. Watt comes out of turn 1 with a huge off. He goes over the kid, hits the bumps and comes straight across, slamming into the side of Yannick Geyser, who had nowhere to go. So we've had 2 big incidents at the end of both races here. It's not the end of the race, but it could possibly be. Carl Watt seems okay. He's trying to climb out the car though and get out of harm's way. He's right there by the Marshall point. The leaders are about to head down there. They're not going to know it's happened just yet until they see the yellow flags. There's no yellow flags going into turn 1 just yet. It'll only be coming out of turn 1 into turn 2. Watt's there by the marshal, out of harm's way. The car is on the sideline. Is that deemed a dangerous position? Will we require a safety car? They've gone through relatively unscathed there. Watt A-OK by the looks of things. Yannick Geyser got the brunt of that one big time. Here we see it once again. He runs off the circuit. He gets airborne, huge. Gets onto the tar. Geyser tries to avoid him and just gets T-boned right in front of Roy Douglas. Douglas moves up 2 positions because of that incident. Geyser rolls back. He should be able to get back up and running if he's not hurt too much. But Yannick Geyser and Carl Watt coming together there in a massive moment here in the closing stages of race 2. Peter Hill's about to head down to the scene of the crime. I think they're going to deem that car is safe and may possibly continue. It looks like they are. They're going to keep it under double yellows for a couple of laps because everybody got through there without any problems. Gert Van den Berg hangs on for now. It's Lendl Janssen in second place and Greg Wilson in third, but the gaps are much bigger than what they were in race number 1, and we've got 2 to go. 2 laps to go for these guys, and what an incredible outing we've had for DOE Formula V here at the Passion for Speed Festival's 20th anniversary. Arguably one of the best Lotus Challenge races we've ever seen, and 2 exceptionally exciting DOE Formula Vs as well. This one just starting to peter out a little bit here in the closing stages because of the gaps that have opened up between 1, 2 and 3. But there's still a fight. Geyser's back on track. Yannick Geyser is back on track with bits and pieces flying of his car, but needless to say, he is back on track after receiving probably the biggest Ridgeway race bar T-bone he's ever had in his life. Now heading to the top of the hill. Geyser is under attack from slightly further back in the field. And of course it's the 13 car there of David Austin who spun out earlier on. And he's right there as well with Clinton Kane. But the leaders are about to catch the 3 of them. Now will Gert Van den Berg be able to get through on these guys without getting too much of a hindrance? You can see he's coming up on the back markers. They haven't seen him just yet. Kane and Austin. And looks like Lendl Janssen is going to try and close it down because of traffic. And a spinner! Whoa! Lendl Janssen had to take evasive action. Wow, that was close. Clinton Kane got completely out of shape coming down into the final corner. and he spun out right in front of the leader. How Clyde van den Berg hung on to that one, I'm not sure. That's second place, Greg Wilson, who's now moved to second because Lendl Janssen had to run wide off the track. And yeah, he's through. He's got through there ahead of Lendl Janssen because of Janssen having to take evasive action because of the spinning car. Here they go. No, it's Clyde van den Berg, I beg your pardon. It's van den Berg ahead now. He got caught up by the traffic. Geyser and Austin fighting on their own. It's now given a chance to Lendl Janssen to catch onto the back end of van den Berg. The back markers were a big factor there. A huge factor, in fact. As they come through turn 4, the rest of the pack coming through there. There's Vaughan Hills going through turn 4. Much better outing for him this time out. 7th place. But it's Lendl Janssen onto the back end of Gert van den Berg now with 3 corners to go. He's going to try and get on the inside of van den Berg, who sees him coming. Shuts the door into turn 6. Hold the inside line out of 7 and probably hang on to that inside line for turn 8. There's going to be a drag to the line between these two. Watch for the slightly different line coming out of Lendl Janssen to try and get the line and the drive to the line, but no. It's going to be van den Berg for a double win. Van den Berg hangs on for 2 wins out of 2 starts. Lendl Janssen in second place and Greg Wilson with the broken nose cone in third. Beats out MD Bester. Or does he? Looks like MD Bester might have come through there just ahead of Wilson, in fact. Timing monitor changing there right in the closing stages. Yes, MD Bester has just beaten Greg Wilson to the line. It was exceptionally close between the two of them, but MD Bester crossed the line before Wilson and then Van der Linde. Brandon Hills and Vaughan Hills finish up ahead of Eric Boyens, who crosses the line now. And Roy Douglas, who avoided that massive incident down at turn 2, very lucky to survive that one, will still end in the single digits and beat out Marcel Bluchnote for the top 10. Well, I have to catch my breath there after 2 absolutely exceptional races to end up the 20th Passion for Speed Festival. That is really top class quality action again from the DOE and Start My Car Formula V's. Look at the side of Yanni Geyser's car there. The pod is all bent. Geyser, how he got back on track and finished that one, only he knows. He, as I said, took a massive T-bone into turn 2. There is your double race winner, Gert van den Berg, taking the win there, ahead of Lendl Janssen and MD Bester. According to the timing monitor, MD Bester getting across the line there just before Greg Wilson. So Wilson's nose cone and the traffic did not help him out at all. Lendl Janssen giving a shout out there and giving a wave. I think it's possibly to Greg Wilson. He might be stuck on the sideline. I see a car on the left-hand side of that shot. I don't know if we can pick up on it. That is the spinner. That's Clinton Kane, who unfortunately spun out right in front of the leaders as they came through to start their final lap. Very lucky to avoid that. But if we just go to the left-hand side, there may be a car just on the left there. I don't know if we can pan a bit left there for our director's point of view. There was a car just on the left-hand side, and they were sort of gesticulating to it. I don't know if he's been able to get across there, and maybe Wilson was running out of fuel. No, he's disappeared now, but there was definitely one there earlier on. And I think it might have been Greg Wilson. So there you have it. The Passion for Speed Festival's 20th anniversary finishes up with absolutely incredible race action. Let's have a look at that replay one more time. Look at how airborne Carl got going through that kiddie litter. There's a lot of bumps at the end of the kiddie litter. He got back on track, and as he tried to catch the car, Yanni Geyser tried to avoid him, and he just went Ridgeway Race Bar 500 grand T-bone into the side of Yanni Geyser. That was a huge one. And Geyser got back on track though, and eventually still finished up down in 13th place. So lucky for some there for Yanni Geyser to make a welcome return after a massive hit like that from Carl. And Carl was very lucky to survive, not getting with any big injuries there. He climbed out the car and climbed right up on top of the Marshall Point. So Carl Watt giving us some incredible action in the closing stages here of DOE's Formula V Race 2. So we have got incredible stuff happening here in the closing stages of what has been one of the best outings of the Passion for Speed we've seen at the Swartkops Raceway. Certainly the winter edition has proved to be very, very good. I'm going to try and catch up with some of the guys down in pit lane before we wrap things up. But we'll be back shortly with our little wrap up here from the 20th edition of the Passion for Speed Festival. Is Claudia going to try and get one of the other guys as opposed to Kat? Okay. settling down a bit. Check this new page. Check that. Can you show him there?
Not without
Anyway.
everything around.
So it was like this mid-pack class. So I just thought I'd just go to this. But as I went to woof, it runs off the track, airborne, shoots across the track, another car hits him. Across the whole thing. Got the whole thing. Got shoots out, okay. Yeah, it was proper. Who's this? So Claudia's caught up with our double winner from the DOE Formula V's, Gert van der Berg, after an incredible race at the front end of race 2.
Gert, double on the day. Talk me through your race.
Yeah, it was a good race, good start. Got away cleanly, passed Greg on the first corner, so that was awesome. Then I pulled a bit of a gap, but I knew Lindell would be coming. And then the last lap, we caught a bunch of back markers and there were yellow flags all over, so we couldn't pass them. Lindell actually said he thought the race was over and he missed the checkered flag. I was going so slowly. And then I had a good exit out of turn 2 and just could keep my nose ahead. But it was closer than I would have liked. So yeah, but it was a good race, good weekend.
Awesome job, well done.
Thanks, man, thanks.
Well, ladies and gents, that brings us to the end of day 2's action from the 20th edition of the Passion for Speed Festival. We certainly hope you've enjoyed all the action from day 1 and day 2 here on our live stream feed. Please like and share it to all your fans and friends and family all around the world. And from our side, a massive thanks to Swartkops and the entire team downstairs and behind the scenes to put this incredible 3 days of racing together. We look forward to the next edition, the 21st edition, and the 21st birthday, hopefully going to be at the beginning of 2022, like it's supposed to be. We look forward to bringing you more action here from Swartkops during the year with the extreme festivals and a couple of the regional events as well. From myself, on behalf of the Two Wheels and Up to 60 Seconds team, we thank you for your support. And as I said, please like and share all of the action that you've seen here on social media. I'm Greg Maloney, the voice of choice. Take care then. Bye-bye now.